Well, hello everyone. How's it going? So this is a stream idea that I kind of joked about to Iron Pineapple, and Pine's response was that I should just go ahead and do it. So, here we are. The stream idea for today is ranking all of the Souls bosses based on how well we think they'd fit in Nightreign. And today we have a special guest with us, Iron Pineapple himself.
Yo, what's up, gamers? I don't remember even mentioning this to you until you just said that just now. Did I mention that to you, that you should do this?
Yeah, I joked about it, like, forever ago, like, towards the release of Nightreign.
Hell yeah.
So, we all know that, like, they marketed the returning bosses a lot, and then barely added any of them.
They did.
So,
that was like
we think that they could add. Yeah, like
disappointment, I guess, was
Mhm.
like feeling like I had been lied to, in a way.
yeah, it's a thing that I think, like, part of me feels a little bit like they did it to stretch the numbers towards the end of development, and then marketing was like, oh, we're gonna use this. Like, it feels like it was never meant to be like a core concept of the game, but then just kind of like, you know, got spun into being a whole thing just because it sounds a lot more attractive with the trailers and all that.
Yeah, I do wonder about the timeline of all of that, for sure.
Would have absolutely loved for it to be a lot more of a, like, Smash Ultimate, everyone is here kind of game. Especially sad, honestly, that they didn't dip into, like, Elden Ring weapons. Or, no, Dark Souls weapons.
Yeah, there's like a lot of things like that that are a little surprising.
Like, there's no legendary bow in Nightreign, so why not go grab Gwendolyn's bow? Stuff like that.
Oh, apparently my audio is a little low, by the way, people are saying.
Okay. Let's bump you up. Alright. Bumped him up by, like, a full third. How's he sounding, everyone?
Is that better? It's still too quiet. Or is that fine?
I guess we should just keep talking and they'll chip in.
Okay.
Much better. Sounds good. Alright. So, I think we're probably ready to just, like, jump straight in.
Yeah.
For
okay,
chance.
so we are ranking, we're going, like, in order, right? We're gonna start with Demon Souls and just kind of go down the list. Was that the idea? Or do you want to, like, do it randomly?
Yeah. Yeah, just do an order, I guess. And I've moved everybody who is already in the game down here. Which you all see is, like, quite a lot of enemies, actually. And we've got a super chant. What are your thoughts on including Bloodborne bosses? This is going to be a little bit like, we're going to pretend that the rights management stuff isn't a problem.
Oh, so
otherwise,
are they on the list?
Yeah. Otherwise,
Okay.
we'd have to cut out Demon Souls, Bloodborne, and Sekiro. Which, I think honestly a lot of the Sekiro bosses, I don't know if they're going to do great, comparatively. But we can go over them and see if you think differently. But let's see. Just to start with, Vanguard Demon. I think honestly, sadly, his job has been outdone several times over at this point.
Yeah. Pretty
Especially
much.
because they have Erdtree Avatar, who is just, like, this guy's the Proto-Asylum Demon. And now the Asylum Demon is just Proto-Erdtree Avatar.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that ends up just being like that.
Okay, wait. Now getting to failings, this is where, like, I have to start, like, this is where things get interesting for me, because I think some of these could make sense in, like, certain contexts. So, like, phalanx we're on now, right? And, like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I like phalanx a lot, actually, but that also it's like, maybe it'd be too easy as a boss, but, like, maybe
Here's the thing
like,
that I'm thinking about. I don't think being too easy is a problem, because we have Centipede Demon and Gaping Dragon. I think, like, thinking of the fact that they let you have them as Night 1 bosses
Sure.
I think
Sorry, I shouldn't
that'll
say
like,
too easy. I guess I was gonna say too simple. Maybe is a better way of putting it. Like, just for a game like this. But like, I don't know. I can still see it working, and I can also see it working as like an event at least. Like, a lot of these I feel like could fit as like events in the game if they got more wild with that. Um, I don't know. So anyway, what are your initial impressions on Phalanx?
honestly, the thing is, I think that Phalanx appear.
Okay, yeah, no,
Here's,
I like
here's why
Phalanx.
it's the thing is, part of what I'm thinking is like, how well does this boss go into a multiplayer environment and a boss that is covered by little guys on every side that you have to fight through to get to the core? Sounds really good to me on that angle. Like, you know, as a recluse player, I'm gonna be like trying to find the holes to shoot it with spells, and I'm mostly gonna be hitting the annoying little guys covering it. So the frontliners will have to clear a hole for me, start getting it.
Yeah. No, I could see like a remixed Phalanx working, like in the same way that, like, you know, they remix Centipede Demon a little bit and whatever. Yeah, no, that could totally work, 100%.
Honestly, I have like background music, but I think I'm gonna cut it out. Just like, I don't think it's necessary with two people talking. And then also, if I later like want to cut the video into like a better one, it'd be easier to not have the music at all. Chat was saying the music was like a little loud, so we'll just take that out as a factor. Now, Tower Knight. Tower Knight, I also think pretty good. Either like A, I think B, because he's so slow. But I like the idea of its gimmick.
I like the idea a lot too. Again, it'd be one of those things where it's like this boss could work if they changed it a little bit. Like if you just took it straight into Nightreign, it would be way too easy and wouldn't work. I don't know. The other thing with Tower Knight is like, and this is the thing with a lot of Demon Souls bosses that we're going to talk about, is like the arenas themselves played a pretty big role a lot of the time, and like I do wonder how that would fit into Nightreign, because it's like Tower Knight, you kind of do want those archers playing a role.
True.
So
That's
it's
very
like
true.
So like he could spawn with archers like on the ground, I guess, and just have additional ads you have to deal with.
There's even like there's the technology to spawn objects a lot easier in Nightreign. Like the Totem Stella that Raider spawns is an AEG. So like they have the technology to just like on the fly drop AEGs wherever they want now. So I guess they could even just like make some archer perches that then you can like vault up and deal with them.
Yeah. No, that would be cool.
Admittedly,
that working.
We do get a lot of room to work with here. Like, if we'd gone over the list before the DLC, most of the bosses are pretty unchanged. There's some fun stuff like Smelter Demon heating up, but they didn't have anything quite to the level of Artorias. But now that Artorias exists, we can say that like the ability to buff the bosses is actually quite high.
Sure.
But I think like in terms of playing into a multiplayer situation, I think Tower Knight has like some fun stuff to work with.
No, yeah, I love Tower Knight. Like I just have such a soft spot for like most of the Demon Souls bosses, but like Tower Knight especially, I think kicks ass. And yeah, I don't know. I would love to see them like do that again, but not the fucking whatever his name is, the giant from Elden Ring.
Yeah, the
anyway.
Guardian Golem, or
and on the Guardian Golem, right?
Or the Furnace Golems. Furnace Golems would be a problem in Nightreign. They just take a million years to kill. Let's see, Armor Spider. I think sadly.
I think Armor Spider is pretty garbage. Like it would not work at all.
Yeah. Not only do you need a very specific arena, a lot of it is just like a waiting game of like, well, now you gotta run away from it.
Yeah, that is like a a pretty big like puzzle boss with like 3 moves, and yeah, you need a specific arena. Nah.
Hmm.
Cool fight though.
Yeah. There's also the element of like the player being so much faster in Nightreign that it's whole like, oh, you got to go to the end of the tunnel and come back. You just surge sprint, and it's nothing.
Yeah.
Fool's Idol. I think that
I think it's
there's
also
potential
pretty.
here. It's like
I I was gonna say between C and D to be honest, but I
I
mean
think
it could
I think the
work. I
things that
just
I like about it have been done by better bosses. I think I'm gonna go with C.
right. Like
There's the
it could
fun.
work as a fight.
Mhm.
It just wouldn't, I think, be particularly
Yeah.
uh
I
good.
guess also like its defensive abilities pretty low. The only like
Yeah.
meaningful advantage it has over like Pinwheel or Crystal Sages are the like glyphs on the floor that trap you. And those are just kind of
Hmm.
annoying. I don't know if that's like, yeah, I don't think it'd be a good fit.
But I feel like you
Uh,
do need those, or else like the fight is way too straightforward. So yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's see.
Adjudicator, that's a D, right?
Well, here's the thing. There's like a
Okay.
directional element to the fight that I think is interesting. It's kind of like with Freya, where it's like you're only allowed to hit it from a certain area. Has some
Uh-huh.
amount of appeal. I guess there is the fact that it's also kind of like, uh, kind of nothing as like an attacker by the time we get to Nightreign. Like in Demon Souls, you're slow enough that it's something, but I think you could run a circle around it, no trouble. So
Yeah, I mean, I feel like to make Adjudicator work as a fight in a game like Nightreign, you'd have to change it to the point where it's like almost unrecognizable. I think
that's
so. Like
fair.
that's why I'm saying it's a D. Like I'm like I think there are certain levels of changes we can like
Hmm.
imagine, but like the fight is so core, or what is so
Yeah.
core to Adjudicator is like it kind of just swings at you
Hmm.
and you knock it over. Like there's just nothing to it, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
That's yeah. I think that you'd have to make so many changes for that to get anywhere. I like the premise, but if we are
yeah.
saying it just gets dropped in as is, no. Uh, Leechmonger. I
I
think a big
mean,
part of Leechmonger is the scaffolding around it. Not necessarily scaffolding, but the slow descent to get down to it while leeches are being rained on you. And so I
yeah.
think
No,
that
the arena is like half of the fight, if not more.
mhm.
So yeah.
I think that this guy, sadly, I like that. Well, actually, I was gonna say I like the whole thing of like you get leeched and then all that. I don't like it. The like having to slow walk thing. It's like you know, enjoy it as an idea, but I would hate actually having to deal with it.
Yeah.
So
No,
that's
I think we
that's a no. Uh, Flame Lurker. The thing that's funny to me about Flame Lurker a little bit is that it has a reputation for being like incredibly strong in Demon Souls. And then I think that it's probably less aggressive than like Vort.
mhm.
Like its reputation is purely a product of its time. I have been bribed to put it in S tier, sadly.
I would not put it in S tier. Also, I do want to point out someone else in the chat said, because this is something I was actually thinking about, is are we only talking about night bosses or are we talking about POIs? Because I do think that's
I guess
relevant
like
here.
rules is written, it would have to be only night bosses because that is like that's the only place they show up. But I think we can be like
I don't know. I
a
almost think you
little
should
more
add like an
imaginative.
additional tier. Like add like a tier where it's like it wouldn't work at all as a fight, but like it could kind of work as a POI. Because like I don't know. Like I'm thinking Leechmonger, for example. Well, maybe not Leechmonger, but like some of these are I feel like could work as not a night boss, but like they could work in another context. You feel me?
Oh, whoops. I renamed that tier instead.
Oh, can you add new ones or no? Or you
You
can.
can. I would just messed it up.
Okay. Yeah, because like
Uh, let's make this that. So like Leechmonger, I guess if you could put it somewhere with like a point of or like a shifting Earth rather, I think that that's a situation where it would thrive. But I guess even then, I kind of don't know.
yeah, no, I don't think Leechmonger is a great example of that, but
I do have a great example of that in mind later, but we'll get to that.
no, I have it in mind too. We could get it over with now if you want, because I think I know what you're thinking of.
No, I think let's go in order.
Okay,
Leave
okay.
the chat in suspense a
I'm
little
sure
bit.
we're thinking of the same thing, but sir, we'll get to
Probably.
it.
Flame Lurker. I think that just like
uh,
as it is, like for a boss that's like a small body to do well as a night boss, I think it has to be a lot more aggressive than Flame Lurker is. Um, I think that I think we could kind of put it like right here. Like I don't know, it's
I
it
mean,
would
I always
not
feel like we
be
need, I
particularly
always feel like we need
exciting.
more tiers or like something, because like to me, it's bad, but it's like it doesn't belong next to Fool's Idol. Like it's better than Fool's Idol, in my
Hmm.
eyes. I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess we could add a row below for just. I guess yeah, we do need an F tier. That's just this straight up is not gonna do it.
Yeah.
I keep doing that, like
It's
editing the tier that I'm on. F tier, and then let's go with this, and then that make this one. I guess these guys are
okay.
ones that were like, this is just not gonna do it. Leechmonger.
Yeah, and then I put like Fool's Idol in D, Flame Lurker in C. Okay, I guess that's fine.
This poor man.
Yeah, no.
I think that even if they set up an arena where you could do that, it'd still be very. It wouldn't be a good fit, like slowly sneaking around to get to him to begin with. And then also, you
Everything
just
about that would
surge
be
sprint past
horrible.
him. Like, you would not be able to keep up.
No, no, he actually
Yeah.
hear me out though. See, this is where I'm ignoring the tier list and just giving you my own fan fiction now.
Mm-hmm.
What they should do is they should bring back Dragon God, and you have to fight him for real. There is no of like the ballistas. You have to actually just fight him, and it's just a whole new fight. He's just a guy punching you, and it's yeah, that would be awesome.
He's very
So,
big.
in this hypothetical world where that happens, that would be like S tier for me.
Mm.
It would be like a shifting earth where he emerges from the lava, and you have to fight him kind of like Dark Souls 2, whatever that one guy's name style.
Old Iron King.
Old Iron
Right?
King. It'd be
Yeah.
like Old Iron King but cooler.
That'd
Anyway,
be. I don't know if you'd need like a Storm Ruler effect for that to work, or you're just beating up his hands forever.
um,
One
so
funny
here's the
thing
fan.
to
So
do
so in
would
my
be
in my
like
fan fiction, you're beating up his hands, but then eventually for phase 2, he jumps out of the lava and he has legs, and you have to like fight him like that.
one thing that'd be fun is like imagine a situation where there are the ballistas, but if you go for them, he's gonna kill you, unless the other players have his attention.
Yeah.
So you'd be like ineffectually fighting him just to keep his
You
eyes on you
no,
while
actually,
another player.
you gave me a really good idea. I like the idea of the ballistas being optional. Okay,
Hmm.
let's see if anyone in the chat actually knows ball. Who here in the chat has played Monster Hunter Rise and knows the final boss of that game, and how you have
Hmm.
like things in the arena like cannons and ballistas that are optional, but you're still like platforming around and like fighting them normally on top of that? That's what I'm envisioning
When you
for
say the
this.
final boss for that, do you mean is it Narwa
Not the
or
DLC.
Guys McCorm? Okay, Narwa. hmm
I don't actually remember the name.
I think it's
I just
Narwa. All Mother
anyway,
Narwa. You know,
that would
in
be
that
awesome.
situation, we also need an option to have, like, a monster come in and help us, and you use the ride system, like torrent.
Yeah. Basically what I'm saying is like FromSoft is just fucking asleep at the wheel with not implementing things like this. And yeah.
I think there is like some really silly stuff that they'll be able to get up to in the future, potentially, with the ride system. Like the fact that it's only torrent in all of Elden Ring seems like, I don't know, undercooked a little bit. Like I get it, but you should be able to get on a ballista just actually and shoot at people. Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I had a funny idea of like, I think that it should be possible to, like, from a mechanical standpoint, I think that it should be possible to set it up where if an executor goes beast mode, you can ride on the executor, like casting magic. Like,
Yeah.
I think that that would function in engine without having to mess with too much stuff.
You know,
It'd be very silly.
You would love Marvel Rivals. I can't remember if they removed this from the game, but in like season 1 or whatever, if you had a Groot on your team, if you play as Jeff, right? If you play as Jeff, you can ride on Groot's back. So like Groot is the tank, Jeff is a healer.
Oh, is
And
it?
what you're
I
suggesting
think
is
you can
similar.
get. Was it Rocket Raccoon? I think you could get on him.
Or I think, oh yeah, sorry, Raccoon. Duh.
Mhm.
They can both do it. Yeah, they can both do it, right.
Oh, and Jeff can do that. That's fun.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, that'd be fun to be like a recluse on the back of Beast Mode Executor,
No,
just
and it's
casting
actually
from
cool.
safety.
No, there actually is some like skill expression with it too, because like
Mm.
at least in Marvel Rivals, it's like the act of getting on is I think like an iframe thing, or like you kind of like you dash onto them. So it's one of those things where like you could strategically be like dashing on and off another person, and you wouldn't have to like stay on them the whole time, but you could like be kind of weaving that in.
Mm.
Anyway,
We've gotten a little bit in the weeds on this one.
I think we should make Revenant half of her height and make Guardian twice as big. And then there's an interaction between those two with what we're saying.
You're thinking canonical, like girl doll Revenant.
Something like that, I guess. Yeah. Maybe not.
That would
Okay,
be
maybe
pretty
Revenant's
funny.
actually small enough as already, if I'm being honest. Just make
Mhm.
Guardian a little bigger.
Yeah, I think if you made Guardian twice as big than regular, Revenant could fit on there already.
Honestly, she could probably already fit on there as is, if we're being real.
Mm.
Like, but yeah. Revenant
think-
1 apple tall. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't. You're right. She's good at 2 apples.
Mhm. Well, very detailed explanation for our Dragon God ranking.
Yeah, listen, I have so many ideas when it comes to game design on this that like,
Mhm.
FromSoft, hit me up.
Mm. Someone said like Mikola on Radon. That's actually, yeah.
No,
I've
nothing
set
like
up-
that. I've never heard of that before. I don't know what you're talking about.
Also
No, actually,
fair.
yeah, exactly like that, kind of.
This is also going to be a little bit of a tangent, but like, it's weird that they did the same thing for Lothric and Lorien, right? There's something there.
Dude, they do the same thing for everything in every game.
Yeah, but it's like, why is this specifically a thing of like, we want two princes, with one riding the other's back, and it's a little
Uh-huh.
homoerotic.
Right. I think, yeah, I don't know.
Mm.
I think sometimes fantasy is just inherently homoerotic, I guess. I don't know. When you have I don't know what I'm saying.
All
No, I
right.
hear you're saying though. They're
Let's,
like, there's a connection there, and they
yeah.
wanted that. Sure,
It's
maybe.
interesting that there's like some stuff that you can trace it back to something and be like, oh, okay, this is why this is like this. So I'm curious what it is in Miyazaki's like history of fantasy. It's that.
Yeah.
Maneater, B tier.
Really? I
I
feel like
think
I'd be
that
harsher than
having
you.
having two of them, I like that.
Uh, yeah,
I guess you're
yeah.
right.
Okay, actually, no, wait, no, that's fine.
I
I
think
think it
like
is
one
fine.
of these.
It's just I think with Maneater, it's one of those fights where like again, I think the arena plays a big role. So like
I
you'd
think
have
it's
to
like
change the moveset a lot,
oh, that's true. Yeah, very much the like little narrow bit. Yeah, I think C tier then. C tier probably makes more
Yeah.
sense.
But
And
yeah,
then I'm
actually, so
thinking like being like, oh,
what
there's
I would
two of
do,
them. Isn't that cool? They've already done that with like the bats. And
they've
if you
done that a
have
lot.
two big bats, I think that that's like as a night one boss. Like even the fact that the bats are a night one boss, I guess you kind of can't even really give Maneaters that.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Uh,
don't really have a place in the game.
yeah, and it's like I'm not sure what you could do, like a situation where you'd have them and like a thin little ledge place to fight them as a thing.
Yeah, I don't
Like
think
even
you'd
as
want
like an
that in
event,
Nightreign.
I don't think that that'd work well. Old hero,
No.
sorry man, you're gonna be too slow.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they had it, it'd be the fact is you also like I don't know that you could really well. There's like the fun element, I suppose, of like other players making a sound to distract him, but
But
actually,
Nightreign isn't a
I'm gonna
stealth
bump him
game.
up like right here because if they buffed him a
Okay.
lot, that could be fun. But if you just dropped him in as is, I don't think he's going anywhere. He's like G tier if they buff him. So yeah, I don't think that'll
Okay.
do it. Penetrator. This one,
I think Penetrator feels like a solid
I think he's kind of in the same position as Flame Lurker.
yeah, he's kind of like a
Like he's just fine. He's like, yeah.
I'm gonna be real, I think Maneater needs to go down. I feel like Maneater doesn't like I don't know.
I think
Maneater
that's
feels like
fair. Yeah,
but
their moveset's probably a little too simple for that to work out well for them.
but yeah, Flame Lurker and Penetrator are kind of like we haven't gotten to them yet, but like also Old King a lot. Like those are the most like Dark Souls
Mhm.
bosses there, where it is about like timing dodge rolls and like it is a more traditional fight and
Mm. Where there's less
you know like
like
in that sense they
a
work.
puzzle to it.
There's not a puzzle to it, but also like again like puzzle fights don't really make sense in Nightreign like
Hmm.
unless used very strategically.
Yeah. For
Um,
example, like Dirty Colossus, you could do the puzzle element of it where you get like the flies on you and have to go run to a fire. They could do that pretty
yeah,
easily.
that would be cool. It's one of those things where it's like I think it's a cool idea, but like they might as well just make a new fight. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like Dirty Colossus himself or itself
Yeah,
is
I guess
not like
that's one of the things about it is that the returning bosses were clearly done as like this won't cost us too much to do this, and we can just kind of throw it in there. A lot of these you'd have to do so much more work to get them to do to fit.
yeah.
And Dirty Colossus is one of them. As much as I like enjoy the idea of the gimmick, I don't think
Mhm.
that's getting there. Old Monk.
See,
This I don't
if
think this would work with summoning one person. Here's the thing. This is Libra. That's the bit, isn't it? Like the fact that it summons
uh
other players in quotation marks. It's Libra.
I mean I wouldn't say that. I hear you're saying. I feel like to me Old Monk represents the ability for a player to invade you
Hmm.
and like I guess I was always curious about that idea working in Nightreign.
Yeah, it is a
I don't
thing
think
that
it
it's
would
like,
work,
yeah, I
but
think that
like,
that's why Libra is that iteration of the concept. It's because that's how you have to do it a little bit. The other,
yeah,
I guess the other option would be to like have a situation where like a player corpse equivalent, like we've taken your loadout and we're just going to drop that in as an NPC. That could get very scary depending on the dead player's loadout. Like
yeah.
if that's a thing that I actually kind of thought might have happened with Libra initially, but it did not end up being the case. Is that I was curious if it was going to be like every time you make a deal with Libra, he records it records your equipment, and that was going to be the condemned, but instead they're just like preset things,
Mm. Yeah, that would have been interesting.
kind of like the Great Jar or Fia's Champions, stuff like that. I think that this sadly ends up in F tier as like it's just not going to work in Nightreign.
Yeah.
As sad as that is, the only way that you could do that, I guess, would be to like you'd have maybe like a relic that when you have it equipped and you're just waiting around in the round table, it could call you up. But I don't think PvP is like the thing for Nightreign to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Storm King. I think that this.
I mean, this is one of those things where like it could work, but like a lot of these, like, why would you put it in the game? Because you've already
That's true
done
as
this
well.
same idea, but like better.
Yeah,
So
and to have it as a fight, you'd have to like give out the Storm Ruler and then take it back, unless the the compromise here is that this only spawns as a night boss against Maris, against Everdark Maris, and you just get to keep the Storm Ruler. But I think nah. It's also just like the amount of area you need for it. Just I don't think it's gonna work. Also, I
yeah,
don't know if we even need to say anything on that one.
yeah. Old King Alantho, low key. I was
The
gonna
fact
say,
that he can like drain your level is like a thing that makes him a little scary. Just like a
no,
little.
I think that's a really cool thing. Like I think it's actually so cool that like I want to even put him in A potentially, just because I know how interesting that would be. Here's my idea. Old King Alant, not as a night boss, but as an invasion, kind of like Margit.
Yeah.
And his thing is he can steal your levels. Yeah, I don't know.
I think that he's also poised to be like they could give him the Artorias treatment. He'd be
Right, that's what I'm
like
saying.
scary.
I'm saying like that's why like, I think I could see him getting like super fleshed out.
And then regular a lot.
Yeah.
I think the same's true for these dragons as well, because they're very positional. And this guy's barely a thing.
Wait, what are we even looking at? Are
That's
you talking about like the little guys you kill in the levels?
They're the things that spawn only if you're at
why is
pure
that on
black
the list
tendency.
of bosses?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm wondering that myself. It does drop. I think it drops. A colorless demon soul. Is that a? They drop a soul, so I guess that's why it's here. I guess if you took it to be that, like they're a special enemy that only appears from a thing, and you get like a cool reward for killing them. They get to live here. They're not like very engaging as like an individual thing, but the idea of like having a different cool resource that you could get, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still probably put it in F though, because it's like not.
Yeah, if they were gonna do that,
you could do that idea in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah. Asylum, He's had his job taken. Like, this is just a nerd tree avatar. Honestly,
Yeah.
we can put him down here with the bosses who already made it in. Because functionally, that's all that
Okay.
is. Taurus, comparatively, is, I
Okay,
think.
okay. Hold on. So this is where we start getting into stuff where it's like this is what I wanted from Nightreign
Mm,
was bosses like Taurus Demon and bosses like Capra Demon potentially being like remixed enemies or even like little mini bosses that you'd encounter at like the camps in the
mhm,
ruins. Like I feel like Capra like they could have worked in that context as not as a boss, but
That's the thing. Capra
as
Demon.
like, hey,
Capra
this is
Demon
a
did
Dark
that as
Souls
well.
enemy.
Capra Demon is just the Omen Killers. Rather, the Omen Killers are Capra Demon plus.
Right, right.
So I guess they could have, like, if they'd done that with Taurus Demon, like, gave them a skin that was like contextual with Elden Ring. That'd be a thing. I
Yeah.
think that, like, by themselves, they're also just kind of fine. They have the plunging attack, but it'd be really hard to, like,
Putting them
do
in,
it.
like, wait, are you putting them in C tier as a boss?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although, yeah, I guess maybe down
I
here.
just don't think it works as a boss, I guess. Like I think it's too simple for a game like Nightreign. Like but it
Yeah,
does
that's
kind
true.
of work as like an enemy you can encounter is what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's where I feel like a lot
Yeah,
of these fall into.
if they open the door to, like, returning bosses not being only like night bosses, and it could just live in a point of interest, then yeah, they'd probably do a lot better there.
Like I want to see
Like, if it just
Taurus
lived in the
Demon.
crater,
Yeah.
that'd be a good place for it, I think.
I
Uh,
think a lot of Dark Souls enemies could make sense in like scattered across the maps in certain contexts. Like I
mhm.
really feel like bone wheel skeletons could make a lot of sense in certain areas.
The other thing that'd be funny is that with Taurus Demon, you could do the flame chariot thing to it, like half up plunging attack its head.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny. I like that. Um,
Bell gargoyle, gargoyles, plural, I suppose. Mm,
I mean,
I think
look,
these are
a
also
lot of these
just like
bosses have just
they've had their job done better. Like,
they have done
you have
this
the bats
idea
for this.
multiple times, and you know,
You as well. This is baby Noster, the babiest Noster.
yeah,
Capra Demon, you also get to live down here. Thinking about it, 'cause you're just Omen killers. Quailag, I think that she's, like, kind of fine actually, right? Like, she has um the floor lava. Like, I think area denial stuff in multiplayer is kind of
yeah,
something.
yeah. No, that definitely would make it work for multiplayer.
Pinwheel, there's other bosses that will do this job a lot better. I think
Yeah.
Iron Golem, you get to live. Well, do we put him next to Tower Knight? They are very similar.
Here's what they should do.
I think he's a little lower,
They should
assuming that
do.
we give Tower Knight the archers.
Here's what FromSoft should do. They should take Tower Knight and Iron Golem and have it be a duo fight. That would be fucking awesome. And yeah,
Yeah,
you're
actually.
welcome.
Like, without having, like, you don't even need the archers at that point. Like, if they just live together, that would be very funny.
Mm-hmm.
Then the thing that's also probably knocking Iron Golem down a little bit is that he loses out on the fun, like, knock him off the arena bit that he does.
Yeah.
Because there'd be, like, nowhere to actually knock him down. Priscilla, I think you'd have to buff her a lot. Like, way too much. for this to go well.
Yeah.
The
That'll work.
invisible bit is a little fun, but we're gonna get to another boss that does that better later as
Yep.
well. These guys
All right.
up here,
Finally, no.
up here.
This is an S tier. This has to be an S tier, does it not? This is like
Yeah.
the iconic fight of Dark Souls. You could buff them a fuck ton, but like this
One
would
thing-
work.
One thing that I
easily super well.
especially would really want to see is like in the original fight, in the cutscene where Ornstein gets really big, they had to cheat to do that. Like it's actually an object getting very small around him, and he stays the same size. In Nightreign, they have actually set things up where they can resize a model in real time, and I really want to see Ornstein just get big. Just right in front of your face. Big Ornstein. I think that they'd have to change them to work like the bats do. And like you have to kill both of them, and it's just whichever one you killed last. Go super mode still. Because otherwise,
Yeah,
like
I
it's
still
kind of
think
weird.
It shouldn't
like-
be 2 fights. It should be 1 fight still. I think I would place it as a Night 2 boss.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the phase 2 of the fight would be whatever you didn't kill.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be like too easy if you could focus fire one of them and the other one immediately goes. Well, maybe not too easy, but like awkward. I just don't like that idea as much as what the bats do.
Yeah. No, Ornstein's Mo should 100% be in the game.
Yeah, I'd love to see them. Sorry.
Gwendolyn F.
Sorry, little buddy.
Not really a fight.
Stray Demon, you are also. You get to live with your sibling here. Sith. This is sadly the boss that has had its job done better.
Really?
Red Wolf.
I mean, yes.
Although weirdly,
But
they didn't
also,
lean
I don't
into
know.
the right Red Wolf for that, thinking about it. Because instead of the Sword Wolf, you have just the caster one. It is also, as someone has pointed out, 1/3 of Gladius.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess actually, I'm willing to bump it up on the premise that like a thing that they like to do a little bit has been to foreshadow the Night Lord with a returning boss of like, here's Gaping Dragon into Adel, here's Nameless King into Fulgor. It's like
But yeah,
a
they play
relationship.
differently. They play
Yeah.
very differently. So I don't know. This is tough because like I think Sif could make sense, but like yeah, it falls into the same category of like it's been done.
I think D tier is a little bit like they could make it work, but they'd have to make it work. It's kind of what this is resolving
Actually,
into.
okay, no, hear me out. I've come up with more fan fiction. Sif has a 33% chance of appearing alongside Artorias.
That's
and then it turns
scary.
into a duo fight.
Artorias is already scary.
I know. It would suck, but like it might happen. 33% chance.
I think that he only gets the little one,
Sure, yeah.
and then it's
Little
more
Sif.
sad. If you kill Sif while Artorias is alive, then you die instantly.
Can we put Sif in the event category? Because I still feel like you could do something with Sif, like with Artorias.
Yeah, if it spawns and you kill it, he flips out, just goes crazy on you. 4 Kings.
No, I don't know.
Mm,
This boss kind of sucks, man. I like
That's-
it's.
yeah,
I mean, okay.
they're just like
It could work. Okay, I'll say this. It could work in a multiplayer context, like if they all spawn in
mm,
and you're fighting like 4 things at once, but it's like
mhm.
I don't know. Field boss.
They are incredibly simple on their own. And the thing that they were only ever like all that they were ever really good at was like being a DPS check.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
this is
like
one of
if
those
you have
things where
them
like,
spawn initially, then like they lose that element of like uh there's like a race to kill them before you get overwhelmed in Dark Souls 1.
yeah. I still
I
think I put
think,
them in F tier,
yeah,
personally.
Ceaseless, I think also. I don't know about this guy.
Yeah. Other than like Ceaseless could maybe be like an event like in the
Mhm.
crater. Like imagine if like again it's
That's
I like
true.
the ideas of there being like percent chances that like because here's my thing right now. When it comes to shifting Earths and Nightreign, most of them are like
Very
not random
scripted.
enough for me. And I think it'd be cool if there were like extra events layered on top of the shifting Earths, where it's like
Hmm.
sometimes Ceaseless Discharge comes out of the lava and like you have to deal with him in some way or like avoid
Hmm.
him as like an environmental thing. Yeah.
Fire
So
Sage is also down here with these guys. Yeah, and
I could
Ceaseless, like it is a thing that like once you see a shifting Earth, you know exactly what it is and what you're doing the entire time. Yeah,
yeah.
I could see the angle on that. It would be a little fun for instead of like where the falling star beast is, instead
Yep.
Ceaseless is just hanging out on the side of the arena.
And again, maybe you don't fight him. Like maybe it's not even a fight. Maybe it is just
Mm,
like you have to like move out of this area or like you have to keep moving or like I don't know. There are ways I think you can make it work and as just kind of like a central figure in the crater.
I
That would be
think you
neat.
should still get to steal his sister's clothes because I want that outfit.
Sure.
Now,
Yep, this is the one you were thinking of. So okay, no, hold on.
yeah.
I think Bed of Chaos is a great example again of like maybe an environmental thing
Mhm.
that like you could do. Like it not as like an actual boss fight, but as like I mean, unless are you picturing that to clarify?
No, this is a little bit like for the joke, but the thing that I think
I
would
think
be
it,
imagine
it
it
could kind
in
of
the
work as an
crater.
event, right?
Like if it lived at
Couldn't
the
it kind of
bottom
work?
of the crater, I think having the ability to like jump changes the fight so much that I think it's
100%.
actually really good. And here's my
Yes, yes.
pitch. You've been doing fan fiction. I'll give you one back.
Okay.
Instead of getting knocked into instant death holes in the floor, it's like a cave system under the Bed of Chaos. It has like pools of lava and like minor enemies. Ideally, the Chaos Eaters, like the little yellow tube guys full of teeth. And you get like knocked in through the holes, and you have to either like do your best to not fall into the Chaos Eaters or the lava, and then make your way back up to the arena. Instead of it being like, you know, a
Okay.
an instant death thing. And then I think that that's actually, I think there's a lot of fun to be had with like hopping over the arms and like the floor breaking and you jumping over it. And you have a Wilder who's just like going crazy with the grappling hook.
No, genuinely, like I wish not even talking about like Nightreign here. Like I think for Elden Ring, they should have had like a Bed of Chaos type boss just somewhere. I'm not saying Bed of Chaos. I'm just saying we have a jump button. Those
Mhm.
types of environmental gimmick fights are a lot more interesting and actually
Mhm.
kind of fun, even believe it or not,
Here's the
with
thing.
that added context.
Uh, the Divine Dragon in Sekiro is a jumpy boss,
Uh-huh.
and everyone loves that guy.
Right. No, exactly. Exactly. Like people, yeah.
I think that
I,
like they didn't do as much of that as they could have with Elden Ring, but they easily could have. Like a new something similar to the Bed of Chaos would work a lot better in Sekiro or in Elden Ring.
yep.
So just putting this back up here again, just for everyone to look at it and think of my genius insane genius. Seath, I think, sorry, guy. The one thing that I like about it is that is the idea of like this is a boss that you can't kill until you've broken a thing. But even then, I don't think Seath is getting anybody.
Yeah, I mean, Seath is like iconic though, so like I'm trying to like imagine like a world where you do change him in a way where it could make sense, but probably not.
Yeah, we could put him in the list of like the boss that could work if they make it work.
Yeah, yeah. Also, he does have the tail, which is nice. I do love
That is
all
also
bosses
fun.
that you can cut their tails off.
And they already showed with Gaping Dragon that they get to have fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said Seath in the Great Hollow. There's a bunch of crystals in there. I could see that. I guess as more of a field boss guy, like just a big tower in the Great Hollow, and Seath is there.
That would be interesting.
Or as like a raid event, like Callie or something, where he's around, he's causing problems. You gotta find the crystal and break it, and then he leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. I guess we'll put him in only as an event for that logic.
Yeah,
I think that
fair.
Having him as an event makes a lot more sense than like thinking about him as like having to actually fight him would be the weakest part of him.
Yeah.
Nito.
That's another example of like it's an iconic fight that like they would have to change it a lot and it could
I think
work.
that this gets in here on the same premise as Centipede Demon, actually.
Yeah,
like,
where they like embellish
cuts,
the idea of like having multiple skeletons you're fighting and like the ability to revive them.
Yeah,
and, like the
actually,
miasma.
It's an unused thing with Seath, from memory, is that before it wasn't just a bunch of skeletons standing around. It was like as you hit him, skeletons would fall off of him. And so
cool.
You'd get more and more skeletons. So they'd have the ability to like redeem that concept and like fully realize their initial plan for Nito.
No, I think it like that idea alone makes me like think that would actually be awesome.
Let's bump him up a little bit. Like if you hit him and skeletons fell out, that'd be very fun.
See so many things on this list. I feel like the context is important of like I'm ranking this here because you told me about the skeleton idea, but like if someone just looks at this list, they're not going to have any of that context. Whatever.
That's true.
It's fine. It's fine. I like the idea a lot though.
Mm-hmm. It is going to be like they'll have the whole lot to reference if they have any issue with it. Gwen, I think. Sorry.
Yeah.
He's very like simple. Very gets parried a lot. Doesn't have like a special thing like level drain or whatever. They'd have to do like a lot to make him scary. Like as much as Artorias. Maybe more so even.
But then like that, but that's like the whole point is like he isn't scary, right? Or that's part of the point. Is like and if you're going to that length with Gwyn, like it feels like at that point you're like undercutting what he represents on like a meta level way too much, and that just sounds horrible.
And we have a better Gwen coming later.
Yeah.
Sanctuary Guardian. I think this guy's just kind of fine.
Sanctuary Guardian. Yeah. I specifically think like the duo fight as well.
Yeah. As a duo. That's probably
a duo fight
good.
that you also have to like fight on water. So like the lightning is more of a hazard. Yeah, I think it's fine. It could work if you beefed up their moveset a little bit.
Calamine. I'm not too confident in Callie, actually. It's like somewhere around here. Like
F seems a little too maybe D. Like it's fine.
Yeah. This is another one where like we've had a lot of games worth of dragons to improve from this point.
Yeah.
Manus. I think he's up there. Like if they gave Manus anything close to the Artorias treatment, he's a
Yeah.
really scary guy. And then
No,
like
Manus,
no changes. I think he's already pretty good.
I mean he's basically like, like a Bloodborne Dark Souls 3 boss that's like pretty solid mechanically. Like, yeah.
Some people are arguing for S tier, which like I think he has the range and like projectiles and all of that to handle 3 players. So
Yeah.
I think that that is actually I think that's defensible. And like if they wanted to, they could have him like give him like humanity phantoms or something to like fluff things up. I think he's got the material to work with to be a really good boss for this.
Mm-hmm.
Last
That's fair, I
giant.
guess. I made the Dark Souls 2. Um,
Hmm, I think that this guy is not it.
no. Yeah.
The like tearing its arm off to use as a weapon is a fun bit, but past that, he's just gonna be kind of nothing as the actual fight.
Yeah. Now, Pursuer is an S tier event that
Yes,
is unbelievable. That's not
it'll
in the
live up
game.
here as we're describing it, and then get moved down to the event here, like Bed of Chaos.
It almost
Like,
needs to be like in its own event tier. Like it so needs to be in the game that like
yeah,
like
the idea of like you're you're like riding around on the birds, and then you look over and Pursuer is also there.
dude, that would be amazing. Like what the fuck?
Like he just
Um,
like any of the or it'd just be like any of the slipstreams that the birds operate under. Like anytime you're near one of where they end, like say there's like the bird up here and it flies down to here, then like as you're passing by the area where it ends, you can just spawn in riding that slipstream and land on you.
that'd be awesome.
It's just be very funny to have him around for that reason. Now you can live here. I guess actually that's you can order these a little bit. I kind of don't know about the rest of them, but these two do need to be in the front of this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Old Dragon Slayer. No thanks. We got these guys to work with, hypothetically.
Yeah.
Then Dragon Rider is. I think that for Dragon Rider to work, you'd need multiple of them. Like the Archer and the Halberd guy together. And
That's
then
listed
in.
separately, right?
Are they?
I'm guessing.
Oh,
I'm
Twin
asking,
Dragon
like,
Riders. Yeah, I see them down
yeah.
there. You by yourself. Not necessary. Now this.
Yeah, no, so this is an example of like a really cool, so it's both a really cool gimmick for the
Mhm.
room itself and the fact that like they can fight on both sides. So like this is a fight you could absolutely like embellish and it could work.
The thing that I'd want them to do is split them, technically. Not actually.
As like a phase 2 maybe.
No. I mean, split them in a mechanical sense. Instead of it being one NPC, they should function as if they are a ride pairing, which would allow them to play animations simultaneously. Like right now, the way they work
Okay.
is that one side gets to use their animations, and then the other side gets to use their animations after. But if they had it such that like both of them were active the whole time, then they could very easily manage like a whole group.
Okay.
Like you'd have you'd have to be wary of each side the entire time.
Yeah, that could be interesting. And
They
also,
do
I
get
also
like,
just really like the water thing. If they could somehow
yeah,
implement that.
yeah, if there was like a good place to do that. The thing that'd be fun would be like, the thing that's like a little annoying is that the night bosses all use the same arena. And then if you
Yeah.
had that changed, it would kind of foreshadow where the night boss is going to be. But if you could have like a shallow pool, like some sort of divot that fills up with water, like I don't know, there's like room to work with there. But I really like the attacker from both sides angle to it. I think they get to like
I like
do a
that
lot with
idea
that.
too. I still feel like S feels like a little high for me.
That's fair.
If you want to leave it
And
there,
like,
that's fine. I'd
I'm,
probably
I'm
put it like an S or B or A or B, but A seems fine.
this is a little bit also, fan fiction of like, oh, if they do this very complicated thing, they get to be very fun. Kind of by themselves, I think that they are maybe closer to B. So I guess we'll put them there for like, for people who don't have the context of like, imagine this crazy fun thing that they do instead.
Yeah.
Ruin Sentinels. These ones unironic. 3 of them, 3 of you. Alternatively, give them the ability to use the Ruin Sentinels from the Ring City. Like integrate that into the fight. You have 3 of them active. Like when you go into the Ring City and there's like the orange Ruin Sentinels that spawn. Like give them the ability to use that during attacks.
Okay.
Like
sorry,
little,
sorry. I know you're saying now. I got it.
You have
That'd be
like,
interesting.
I think like by themselves, the fact that there's 3 of them makes them like a really good night boss to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, see, someone just said, and this is true, like it is the Crystallian trio already, kind of.
A little bit, yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like they have done this idea, like they've already kind of elaborated on the idea in Elden Ring. Like I think it could work as a fight. I don't know.
I think that they had like, I think that it would, I guess, require then that little extra bit of like the Ruin Sentinel summons to work with.
Yeah.
I guess just like no edits. They kind of live here.
I think
Like,
that's fair.
Yeah, I think just like as a night boss, maybe a night 1 boss even, I think that's as good probably as like some of the other ones that are returning bosses like Centipede and Gaping Dragon, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Belfry Gargoyles. Where did we put the other gargoyles? Oh, right there.
See, okay, hold on. Belfry Gargoyles is different because can't you get like
5 of them, I think.
Right, and to me that's like actually like a standout point. Like the fact that you can get 5 gargoyles at once does make it more interesting for sure.
I guess that's fair. They're a lot more of a DPS check than these guys are.
Yeah.
So that in mind, what are you thinking?
I mean, it's still probably like maybe D. Like I don't know. I just think it's not F.
Yeah,
maybe.
That's fair.
I mean,
yeah, I guess individually they're still not very threatening. I guess like having 5 of them.
Okay, let me say that Belfry Gargoyles. It's like it's another thing where it's like I don't think they would work great as like a night boss, but like I think they could like exist in the game still as like let's say a ruins boss. Like
or
I don't know.
Imagine like one of the great churches has a spirit stream next to it. You hop up,
right,
and you fight them on the Belfry.
Yeah, I think as like a mini boss like that, they could work,
You guys can
but
live
still.
here.
Okay,
I guess they kind
that's
of
fair.
do lose out on that element of them in a night boss. But yeah, they had, like, if they lived on a great church, that'd be very funny.
Hmm.
Lost Center.
Lost Center is cool, but it is also another example of like it depends on the arena a lot for one of the coolest aspects of it,
Yeah,
sort of. Um,
the whole like darkness. This is like the perfect thing to put in an Everdale though, just on flavor.
yeah, no, you're actually that's a good point. As a flavor boss, that would be awesome.
Mm. I think it can live in the. It could work, but they'd have to make it work. One of the really awkward things with Lost Center is always like the her ability to parry. Like even when she's staggered. Weird. It's a weird thing that she does. You can like attack her and she's staggered, and you go to hit her again and she's like, I'm parrying you now.
Hmm.
They'd obviously have to fix that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming any of these would be like embellished to a certain degree and like have their movesets changed.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I guess they have also set like an example with the Curse Blade fight in the DLC of like, we can make the arena really dark if we want to.
hmm. Yeah, that could
But
be
I
interesting.
don't know, like CRD.
Yeah.
Let's see. If I look at her hanging out with Old Hero, I think she's above that a little bit. Executioner's Chariot. That one, I think, has to be here. I think there's no way to have the chariot as just a regular boss.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be a great event though, for sure.
Mm-hmm. It would be fun to just have like a track that it's going around,
Yeah.
and then like as part of a shifting earth or something. But otherwise, I think even like after you win the like after you break the chariot, you fight the horse. That's probably a pretty simple fight. It'd be like a big oval that it goes around like it does in the regular game. But imagine you can like, I don't know if it'd be better or not to like you can only get past it once it's dead, or like if you have the option to not even engage with it, but killing it also drops a reward. You have to get past it to get to the benefit of the shifting earth that it lives in. Could be kind
Hmm.
of fun.
Yeah, that could be kind of fun.
Skeleton Lords. These are like simple, but I think they get the job done of like having a bunch of enemies to fight a three-player group. And they bring bone wheels. Them adding bone wheels into the fight, into
Yeah.
the game, is a good bit.
No, that would be fun. Like, I mean, this
They're
is a
kind
fight that
of
like it's
they're
basically to be a
essentially,
mariner,
yeah,
but it's still
but you get bone wheels.
you get bone wheel, sure. I'm fine with that, I guess.
Covetous is, I don't think he's doing anything.
Yeah.
Mytha, if she has like the poison field and that whole interaction, I think there's something there. But I guess that'd be like a move that she can do is like flood the area with poison, and you have to like get to the safe zone in the center as like a way to interact with ranged players and stuff like that. So I think there's something to that, but it's kind of like by herself, she's a very easy fight, I
See,
think.
I feel like there's also something to the idea of like taking a boss like her and taking a boss like Quelaag, and again, somehow doing a duo fight where there's like you have the area of denial from the poison, you have area of denial from the lava, and also thematically they are similar as like their top half woman torsos. Like I don't know. There's something you could
Mm,
do with that for sure.
yeah.
Um, yeah, it could work.
Mm.
Throw in Romina, yeah, exactly. Just throw in all of the what is even the term for that? Like
Najka.
this,
Uh,
right, right. No, I guess she's the Quelaag analog better than
yeah.
that, but still.
Royal Rat Vanguard. Just like a million rats. You have to find the one that is actually the boss.
So you're changing the fight, is what you're saying?
No, that one's Vanguard. No, Vanguard is the one where it's just like rats flood in,
Oh,
and
sorry,
there's
I'm thinking
just the
of Royal
one
Rat
boss one.
Authority.
Yeah, this one.
Or yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Um, I mean,
There's something funny to that. I actually kind of. There's the bit. Well, there's the problem with it is that as soon as one player finds the boss, it is kind of over. I like the idea of like there's just a million rats, and then when you find it, you like ping everyone. This is the good. This is the one we have to kill. But
well,
it probably just dies instantly the first time anyone finds it.
I think it could kind of work as an event, maybe.
That's a good point. There's like if they made an arena for it,
Yeah.
kind of similar to the one it has, where there's like a bunch of rat statues and it's dark and you really are like, where is this rat?
That'd be kind of funny.
The rotten. I think that he's it rather. They kind of nothing. Kind of too slow. Doesn't necessarily have like
I
you
still
need
feel
the
like
arena to set it up, like to do its gimmick.
yeah.
That aside, it's like
I
I
still
don't
feel
know
like
what
it's
it.
maybe a D because it's like
mm,
still kind of like a I don't know.
This is the tier we've been putting things like it could work if they work for it. So
Someone
maybe
said only if he's surrounded by 2,000 poison dart traps. Actually, you know what? With that idea, he's like an A tier for me, I think. Like, yeah,
mean,
I like that.
mean fighting, rude guy. Just spawns a bunch of the little like poison spitters, and it's just like a nightmare to deal with them.
That could work.
Nazca is like essentially right there with Quelaag, except honestly, I'm not sure. She doesn't have the area thing, but she has like burrowing. Like
Yeah.
she does have the magic angle as like a thing, but I think like by herself, she's kind of not enough. She's like close to it, but not enough.
Hmm.
Then authority. I think this is
You could,
also one of those ones that's like
who
not going to be
fucking
doing
cares?
enough. There's like
I,
the angle, I guess, of it like being a big rat and then a bunch of little rats to harass you. But actually, am I remembering correctly?
we
I
got
think it
enough
does have
damn
little rats.
rats.
It's fine. These guys, no thank you.
So I can't even read that. What does that say?
Prowling Magus and Congregation.
Oh,
It's kind of a nothing fight as well.
yeah, yeah. It's a nothing fight, but also like it could be in a church.
Yeah, I guess so. They kind of do have that a little bit of like the Great Church in the DLC can have the big horn scent guy and a bunch of little horn scent. So there's like it's another boss where its concept has been done multiple times and been done better. Sadly,
Hmm.
Old Iron King.
Dude,
This one,
honestly, this is like A plus for me at least. Like I'm like this is with the addition of like them embellishing the fight and doing some wacky things with it. but
Mm,
I don't know. I kind of like this fight. Like, I don't know.
that is a bold take.
I know people aren't going to see my vision. They don't have the sight that I do, and that's okay.
Mm, well, honestly,
Whatever.
I'm gonna let you speak on that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Defend your position.
Okay. So Old Iron King, um, I'm envisioning him as like, let's say the final boss of the crater. So like before you get the upgrade. So he emerges from the lava and like you're fighting him like relatively like normal as you would encounter him in Dark Souls 2. But then a twist, he like oh no, he does like a fake out death where he slinks back into the lava and then he jumps out of the lava. He like just pounces out and phase 2 of the fight, he's walking around on two legs and just a completely unique move set of him just but he's like very like punchy, like he's a boxer. And I think that would be fucking awesome. Like I don't know, man. Pine's idea is just a whole different boss. Yeah. See, that's the thing. Is like, who fucking cares? Why not? Listen, I think that'd be so really funny. I know it's a whole different boss. I don't care. It's no, half of the boss is still relatively the same. Also, again, thematically, it makes sense in the crater. Whatever.
Alright, I'm back, and I have a solution for this. He's a
Uh-huh.
Goth.
He's Goth.
Yeah. Like, if you ever, like, aggroed Hawkeye Goth and then fought him.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like he's like a wrestler and he like fucking elbow drops you. No, I think that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Did you also
And
hear the
that's the
part where I
way.
said that he is like at the bottom of the crater and kind of like emerges
Hmm.
from the lava? You hear that
Yeah.
part? Okay.
Yeah, you just, like, have him use Hawkeye Goth's moveset once he gets out of the lava. And just, like,
Yeah.
the, like, dive kick, like, punching and stuff. A bunch of people in chat heard me as saying he's Goth. Yeah. My fix for the fight. We put him in black clothes, heavy makeup. I don't know
Yeah, I mean,
that'll do it.
that would do something for some people for sure.
Especially if you've seen him from the back.
I have seen him from the back. It was probably from one of your videos.
I
Um, so does that count as like an event boss though? Like,
guess so.
listen, for me, that's like a high tier event boss.
I think if we put him
Like,
in as is, he'd have to go a lot lower. So for like what you're describing, we have to put him in the special tier.
yeah,
Twin Dragon Riders. I think they're fine.
yeah,
I think they just I guess like as a night boss, they'd be potentially a little underwhelming, but as like a night one boss, I think they're like doing fine.
I think they could also work as like not everything has to be a night one or night two boss. Like it could work as like a boss for a camp or
Yeah.
like in the castle. Like they could make sense in other contexts as like mini bosses.
Mm. Looking Glass Knight. I think
Okay,
it
wait,
having
let me think about this.
I think it wouldn't be able to summon players. It would do the Libra bit of having condemned in the mirror.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no,
I think that's doing it.
yeah,
I think
I'm just trying to think
also
of like a way to make it so like distinct from Libra in a way.
mm, well, they could end up uh doing the bit of like putting it ahead of Libra, lean into it instead of making it distinct.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but like then we're talking about like 2+ boss fights in one run where you're fighting like NPCs. Like
That is
I don't
fair.
know.
I guess that's a thing you wouldn't necessarily enjoy having, even if it's thematic.
Yeah, it is very thematic though. Like I see the vision.
Mhm.
Um,
And
hmm.
then it goes up here if they have the lightning that destroys your ears, just as a distraction. Like with Adele, he attacks your computer directly.
Yeah.
I think that it's the sort of boss that like has the juice. Like they can like do something with it. Uh, that would make it
Yeah.
like good
And just like
for
it's
the
one of those
game.
bosses that just has like such a great design and is like I think like a boss being iconic like plays a pretty big role for me. I'm saying this even though Centipede Demon got in the game. Like Centipede Demon is not iconic at all for me.
Here's
Um,
the thing that I think is very interesting. This is like another random little cut content fact that might add context to that. Did you know that Centipede used to be the boss of the parish?
Centipede used to be the boss of the parish, like on top of wait, sorry, the parish. Like where
Yeah.
specifically?
Um, I guess
Oh, you're talking about
theoretically
like where
the
Taurus
roof.
Demon would be?
Well, I think that they
Or
said
are
that
you
it
talking about
got
where the
replaced
gargoyles?
by the gargoyles, but I don't know if necessarily like the scene had been set yet at that point. But it's like the takeaway is that Centipede was concepted as the boss for the first area of the game, and
Hmm.
then over time that ended up going in the direction of um, the gargoyles instead. So I think that there's like an amount of sentimentality towards it potentially from the development team for that reason. Like I could see it
Okay.
potentially having like that pull from knowing that. So in terms of like thinking of it being like iconic to Dark Souls 1, uh, it's a little forgetful for like the player, but for From Software, you could imagine it having like people who still have it in their heart.
Hmm.
Uh, and all of that was like on the back of Looking Last Night, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think final word on this one is that like the multiplayer angle. I think it being able to summon stuff gives it that little bit there, like something to bite on for the multiplayer game that I think would be very good.
Hmm.
Uh, Demon of Song. This has that little bit of like um, limiting how you can attack it. That I think could be fun.
Yeah. It could be. I'd probably put like C or D, but like it is still kind of interesting because of that, I guess.
I think C. In well, I think it'd be a very easy fight, but comparable to like Gaping Dragon or Centipede in that regard.
I think it'd be cool as like a boss that you just kind of find out in the world
Mm.
and that you fight for like 15, 20 seconds.
It just lives in the lake, like the southern lake of the map,
Maybe, yeah.
and just be out there hopping along, doing frog stuff. It'd be really funny to get the viewpoint of people who have never played Dark Souls 2 and played Nightreign first, and they see this thing. It's like
Hmm.
surprise them with the creepy man in the mouth.
Yeah, I'd probably put it as like an event tier personally.
Mm.
Um, but it's up to you.
I think it'd be like I think if they did relegate it to Night Boss, it'd be perfectly serviceable in the C tier.
Okay.
Like, I'm thinking about if any of these spawn night one, then you're like level 8 to 10 ish. I think they're able to do enough. Also, here's a fun pitch. Uh, the boss, like the enemies that spawn before it, are the little frog rays from Darkroot. I think they should have done more with having stuff like having the pre-boss fight things being returning enemies as well.
Yeah, sure. Do those do those enemies like even do anything though? Like, not really,
Yeah, I guess
but they do kind of have a connection, I guess.
they kind of just there to hang out for the most part. They're there to pressure you into getting into the circle, because otherwise the boss will spawn while they're still all alive, and you got a real problem on your hands. But like it would have been fun to have somewhat more uh, thematic things for some of them. Like when we fought Artorias, Illusory Wall was like, I guess the um, horn scent shades before Artorias are supposed to represent humanity phantoms, but it would have been fun to just have humanity phantoms. But I don't know. This is,
You
I
can put
guess,
it there.
like,
That's pretty high for me, but like, it's ultimately your list. So if you like it there, go for it.
I guess I do see your point. Like, I guess probably here makes a little more sense. Because it's like, its moveset is not scary on its own. It has like a gimmick that I like, and I'm giving it a lot of points for that. But maybe I'm a little generous.
Listen, I'm an appreciator of gimmicks. I'm very much an appreciator of gimmicks as well. I'm more just thinking about like a lot of these gimmicks still just like don't make sense. Or it's not that they don't make sense. It's tough to pull off in Nightreign, especially like in a co-op context. It doesn't hit the same, like it. I think it would just kind of be like, I think like that's why I said like I think this would work as like a boss you encounter for 15 seconds out in the wild, not as a night boss, just as like a brief gimmicky encounter. I think would be kind of neat. That's how I would utilize a boss like that. But yeah,
Someone in
anyway.
the chat has also said it's kind of just a waiting boss, which I guess that's fair. There's some of the gimmicks that like aren't necessarily fun to engage with.
Right, especially for a game like Nightreign that's all about speed. Like you don't want like to be waiting. That's so antithetical to the rest of the design typically that like it just would clash a little too hard.
And Snoid, one of my mods, said that Demon of Song's purpose is to punish people who rely too hard on shields, which would just be mean to Guardian. Kind of no one else.
Yeah.
I guess it is the boss that's like, he does a lot of slams and stuff. I guess he's fine here, and like has a potential hook, but would need a lot of work. Vilstad. I think he's like,
I think he's like A or B for me personally. Or wait,
yeah.
no, sorry, hold on. I'm thinking of the duo version.
The duo version is like this? Like a hypothetical duo, or you're thinking of
no.
Throne Guardian and Defender, Throne Watcher and Defender. These guys.
No, I'm thinking of, is it Nashandra?
Oh, Alana. Like Alana summoning him?
Sorry, I can't read. Yeah, I can't read the text, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. I think that is how I would utilize that. Like, but yeah, on his own, it's a little tough.
Let's see.
Alana. So yeah, sorry, I'm not. Like... I forgot some of the Dark Souls 2 bosses' names. It's been a while since I've played.
Yeah, that's fair. On his own, I think that I guess he would kind of need the Artorias treatment for it to work that way.
Right, but he's not Artorias, is the thing.
That's true. I do have a pitch though.
Okay.
Together.
Do they have a connection?
Yeah, they were like effectively the right and left hand of Vendrick. And then Fume like went rogue. And if you wear Velstad's helmet into the fight, Fume starts off in phase 2 and he gets mad at you.
Right.
So them together, I think that's something.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's something. I think that'd be kind of cool.
But we'll leave him down here for now. Guardian Dragon, another one whose job has been done. Ancient Dragon.
No, hold on. Let's
No.
not be hasty. Sorry, wait. Oh yeah,
I'm
Guardian
interested to
Dragon.
hear your
Yes.
pitch. Oh,
Well,
not
no,
be hasty on Ancient Dragon.
Ancient Dragon is a terrible fight by all accounts,
Yeah.
but it is also a really big dragon, and that's cool. So it's tough, you know. You want the big dragon to be fun to fight, but it's just not.
I think that we have other big dragons to work with. I guess I don't actually know how it like stacks up to some of the other dragon contenders off the top of my head. I think that it's still actually like quite big. I think that I'm trying to imagine it next to Callie. I think Callie might potentially be bigger, but she's just very slender. And Callie is also can be annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's hard to have a fight against a big dragon that is acting as a big dragon and it not be kind of bad a little bit. Like
Yeah,
dragons
no, fuck
kind of
dragon.
have too much going for them. Like if it actually played to all of its strengths as a dragon, then it's just a real mess to fight one. Like imagine a flying dragon, like Agheel, just really big. I don't want to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
Giant Lord. He's a little bit Iron Golem without the fun gimmick. Or does he have the fun gimmick? I don't remember if you can like stagger him into falling down.
I don't know actually. It's been too long.
Move this down a little bit. Me like see like DRF, honestly. I think that he doesn't really have like a fun bit to work with. I think that this is also potentially another boss where we can find other really big guys who have done his job better.
Yeah.
Now here's one up here.
S seems a little high for me, but it could definitely work.
This is another one
talk about
where
it?
I think that they have the material to work with to make it an S tier. I think you just have to give it like a few more spells. I think it has like it has the foundation. They would have to work with it a little bit, otherwise I think it lives here. But like if they gave it the Artorias treatment, it'd be up here. And I think that it potentially has like the sentiment in From Software to earn that of like because it's like a reference to Seath in Kingsfield. He's like original Seath. So I think that there's like an angle that like
Wait, sorry, Dark Lurker's original Seath?
Mm-hmm. Like if you look at the original Seath from Kingsfield, it has those same kind of like wispy wings. Like Seath in Kingsfield is a white dragon still, but a white dragon that is pretending to be an angel. And so it manifests as like a big white angel with like kind of similar wings, kind of a similar, like somewhat similar look. And then I think think its moveset is a little different. Like, not necessarily a reference in terms of that, but it like looks like the original Seath in a way that is like potentially interesting. It is
Yeah.
also the other bit that they can do with it is that it is secretly I'm blanking on his name, Agdane, like Agdane in the Undead Crypt. It's his stand, like literally in the files. It's named Agdane's stand. It is a JoJo reference. So they could do a fight that is Dark Lurker and Agdane, and then that gives you also a lot to work with. I don't know. I think the Dark Lurker just like has the meat on the bones. I've used a lot of weird, different ways of saying that throughout this stream.
A lot of food references.
Mm-hmm. I haven't eaten since like 6 a.m. Skipped lunch. And they'll do it there, yeah. But oh well. Vendrick. He has the Avant, like, or wait, no, he does the thing that drops your humanity, not your level. I don't think he's gonna do it either.
This is not a fight.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, Vendrick. Sorry about that. Throne Water and Defender. I think that they're like kind of ready to go. They're like a little bit. They're a little slow, but
yeah, they're like a less cool Ornstein and Smo, but it could definitely work as a fight.
Mm-hmm. They have that little bit of like they can heal each other. So if you had them fighting, you'd like have a panic moment of like, oh no, one is running over to heal the other, and someone has to like intercede, like stagger them with an ult or something to like keep him down. You'd have to like actively work to separate them, stuff like that. There's something there to work with as well, but
yeah, I think ARB for sure.
Not as immediately appealing as Ornstein and Smo. I'll agree with you there for sure. Nishandra, no, sorry. Aldian, also no, sorry.
Yeah,
I don't believe in it. These guys, this would basically just be like, here's 3 condemned. Have fun with that.
sorry, which one was the?
This is the gank squad from.
Oh yeah, no. We have we have Libra in the game. We're okay.
Alana.
Okay, this was the one I was saying before. Yeah.
I think she also has the material to work with, like the summons and all that. And they could even vastly expand her repertoire of things that she could summon.
Sure.
So
yeah,
you have
I like
the element of like having one central thing and then needing to manage her summons. So you can have like that plays really well with the 3-player element of like someone focusing her down while the others manage the summons. Someone said this is Libra without Libra, which is fair. But I think that summoning enemies is always going to be less offensive than summoning player phantoms. Like I've said before that this might be a hot take. I've said before that like the player model is consistently one of the worst enemies in every Souls game.
I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think it's just true. Like
it's that the player model is allowed to break rules that the enemies are not. The player model is designed for the benefit of the player. And then once you put it in an enemy's hands, it gets to do stuff that enemies should not, in my opinion.
Yeah, so like for example, believe it or not, I'm actually somewhat of an Everdark Libra defender in the sense that like that fight has so many cool ideas and there are so many things I like about that fight. However, I think that fight would be so much better and actually be a lot more fun if it wasn't NPCs. If it was like basically the same
Hmm.
idea, but like you were fighting enemies that like didn't break the
Yeah,
rules in the way that
like
NPCs
bespoke
do.
enemies.
Right.
I think that's really interesting is that for some reason, Libra has 7 oracles ready to spawn, like ready to go in its map data. It technically has a lot more, but 7 of them are actively loaded when you're in the arena. And I'm like, a demon that pretends to be holy, surrounded by 7 trumpets. Sounds like they were cooking
Are you
something.
saying 7 of the Oracle enemies are just there?
Yes. Yeah. They're just like in the map data for some reason.
Oh, so maybe they were playing with that idea.
Yeah. Like 7
Interesting.
trumpets heralding the apocalypse.
Yeah, I don't
Some
think
sort
I'd
of
pick them as like
religious
the
thing.
replacement, but I no, I think that's a really interesting idea though. Like
Hmm.
that's there's something there. Huh.
Yeah. No idea what they were planning to do with them, but they're there. And I've been looking at them sideways the whole time.
Yeah.
Sin. I think that Sin is also kind
He's
of
one of
just
the better
like,
dragon fights. Like
mhm.
I feel like I'd put him at least in
You
B
lose
probably.
out on the durability mechanic because durability stopped existing. But yeah, like I think if they put him in there, he'd be fine. He could be just ready to go without much editing. Uh,
Yeah, he's cool.
he'd end up being like a little similar to Ancient Dragon, I think, but like a poison guy. So I think that's potentially enough. Mm.
Hmm.
Fume Knight. I think that Fume Knight has the
He
backing
has he has
to
the
be like
juice.
he could be the Artorias of Dark
Right.
Souls
No, that's
2.
exactly what I'm thinking. They could give him the Artorias treatment and make him a fucking menace. And I think he is like iconic enough where like that's justified.
There was a point in history where they had a like a stat site, like a thing that was tracking how all the fights were doing in all of Dark Souls 2. You could go in and see where players were dying and what the enemy that was killing enemies or players the most, and like the matchup against bosses. And there was a period of time where Fume Knight had a 93% win rate, if I remember correctly. 93% of the time when a player went into that arena, Fume Knight survived and they didn't.
That's
I
crazy.
think I think he's got the potential. I think that
Yeah,
they could do whatever they want
I
with him.
think so. I think so.
Completely unedited. I think you'd want like someone with him because he is very slow with his big sword. But if they like buffed him a lot, similar to Artorias, I think that he's allowed to live up here. Ceralon, the man who Executor should have had the armor set for.
Yeah, he should go in the tier for you should get his armor.
Mhm.
Um yeah, I feel like Sir Lone's up there for me, but I feel like he's also just not I don't know. I don't think he has like enough going on like moveset
That's true.
wise from what I remember. I don't know, where would you put him?
One of my mods said
I
that like Fume Knight has been power crept, and I think that is also true of Ceralon. Like they'd have to do a
yeah,
lot.
it's one of those
Like
things where like when you're like
he could
thinking about it and you
also be really
yeah,
cool if they gave him a bunch of buffs, but like living just as he is, especially in
that's what
like a
people need
multiplayer thing, I think that
that's
like
what
the
people need to
multiplayer
remember
thing really
with
cuts
this
into
list
him.
is like we're not ranking bosses like on how good they are, how much we like them. It's more about like, could you genuinely see this boss in Nightreign and think about how different Nightreign is? And
Mm-hmm.
even with the understanding that they could be adjusted, it's like a lot of these just like wouldn't work. Um,
Mm-hmm. He's like somewhere in here, probably closer to here, just because he's like, I've never fought him in with multiple people, but I feel like he probably doesn't have a great time of it.
I
Like
think I'd
Fume
still
Knight
put.
has like projectiles and explosions and a bunch of stuff going on. He just sword.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
He just doesn't have like the material to handle multiple players, I guess. Mm, this is one where like I could be easily persuaded to move him around.
I'd probably put him in B personally, just because like I see the potential with like amping him up, and also like I think he has like the cool factor of being like a samurai.
Hmm. And
Um,
also the fun bit of like if you and the rest of your team manage to kill him without taking any damage, you do the special animation.
yeah,
Uh, Ava. I think that Ava. Uh, kind of not sold on it initially. I think that Ava down
uh,
here, Lud and Zoltan get like a little higher, but
they could make
naturally
sense
very
as like
similar.
enemies in Frostbite Ruins.
Mm.
I don't know.
There is potentially the bit of like um they spawn and then you have to find the thing that makes them stop being invisible. But that sounds like a nightmare. I don't want to fight Invisible Cat
Yeah, no,
when
fuck
I'm
that.
trying to do stuff. All right, here's my fan fiction for this one. You can
Okay.
find the knights in points of interest before the Night 2 fight, and that'll, like, they'll come with you. Like, you could find and rescue the Lois Knights before the Burned Ivory fight.
Mm. No, I think that that could work. Maybe.
I think he's got the style and, like, the ability to do the big ice sword, all that stuff. Like, I think that Burnt Ivory could manage a group of three, and like especially coming with a group of the Charred Knights. Like even if you don't have the Lois Knights on your side, the fact that there are three of you and fighting Burnt Ivory and the Charred Knights means that you could have the thing of like some number of players dedicated to managing the additions as they come in, and then another one focusing actively on Ivory.
I think I like all of that. I think I'll just say that like I don't know if I like the idea of actually finding them and having to think about finding them mid match because there's already enough to do.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
and
that's
also
fair.
like it already is a co-op game, so but maybe there still could be a mechanic where like maybe like they come in or you could like summon them mid fight somehow. Like I think there's a way to like
Mm-hmm.
have it all just exist within the night two fight.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
true.
it could work.
There's like it's definitely a fight that's got material to work with. I think
Yeah.
that and reputation, and also the vague implication that it might be Yuri.
Yep. Oh, okay. I just didn't know that, but okay.
There's like the whole bit of like the the Burn Ivory King never shows their face. I think never even speaks. Uh, has an armor set that only buffs women. And it's like, what are you hiding? What's under that helmet?
Uh, interesting.
So
Burnt
yeah,
Ivory Queen.
there's kind of like no way to ever verify it, but you know, if you believe in your heart, this too could be Yuri.
Okay, wait, hold on. Before we get to Bloodborne,
Mhm.
let me just okay, like with Bloodborne specifically, just from my memory, I think a lot of these are going to be high tier or like relatively high tier, like
There's one thing that I'll
in some
say
capacity.
might really uh, bring down some of the Bloodborne fights. which is the limb break mechanic. Like, depending on how they implement that. Like, the problem with, say, Dark Beast Parl is that even in Bloodborne, as it stands right now, once you break its legs, then you get to cut off like 30% of its health from it just being on the floor. Or you can get into the like position of you break one of its legs, hit it a bunch, break another one of its legs, hit it a bunch. Like you can just end up like it gets its leg broken once and dies forever.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, they would have to like adjust that, I guess, but it could still probably work. Anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's do Cleric Beast first.
Fair point. Cleric Beast.
Cleric Beast is I feel like is arguably like the most iconic boss of Bloodborne. Like represents Bloodborne in a lot of ways. Like really
it's
cool
the
design.
One where there's like that photo of Miyazaki posing with like a big statue of it. Yeah. This was like the guy for Bloodborne. Absolutely.
Cleric Beast is I think an easy A for me, if not higher. What do you think?
It's got like the big sweep, everything. It's got like range to deal with. It's got like it can jump and land on players. It's got stuff it can do.
Yeah, it's got the speed to deal with players. Like it could work.
I think it's absolutely serviceable. On the other hand, Gascoigne, I think it's a little too much. Like, when you have like a small profile enemy, like say, trying to think of his name, Elmer, Bellberry Hunter, in order for him to like get away with it, he uses his like telepathic sword nonsense to manage like fighting a crowd. But Gascoigne, I don't know if he has, the stuff to work with comparatively.
Are you familiar with Nightmare Cart?
Yes.
Do you know what they did for him in that game?
I didn't. I don't know.
So he is a boss fight in that game, and he has a motorcycle. So
this is going to be maybe even a little more fanfiction than usual.
You give him a motorcycle, and then for phase 2, he gets a Gatling gun. On top of transforming. So, I mean,
I think we'd have to make a tier.
That would be like an S+ tier.
I think we'd have to make a tier that says he gets a motorcycle to convey that to players.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that as he is, he'd be fine, but nothing like flashy.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I think he doesn't have what it takes to go up to like multiple players the same way, sadly. Bloodstarved Beast. This is another one where it gets staggered once and dies. Like it has the problem of just crumpling. It has the like area control element of like spreading around a bunch of poison or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. It'd be like this would also have to be like another problem of like the being a small boss and fighting a bunch of people. Like if this spawned as the night boss, I don't think it has it kind of doesn't have the aura for it. It doesn't have the toolkit to deal with what the players are going to do. I think that it's
someone said field boss or jail boss. Like, yeah, I think a lot of these in F&D, I think like that's the thing.
If it's spawned in Everjail, completely.
If it's in F&D, I think a good chunk of them could make sense in that context already. But yeah,
we'd have to like make another tier specifically for like an Evergel.
Yeah, I feel like the tier list isn't the best format for some of the ways we're talking about this, but it's fine. Yeah. Like tier lists.
This is why it's a whole video.
Yeah.
Which of Hemwick?
Which of
Well,
Hemwick?
actually, mm,
Nah, I
if they
mean
have
it.
that like spirit caller snail kind of thing of like going invisible, summoning a bunch of stuff, and you got to find them. Which, having said that out loud, we have spirit caller snails for that.
I think we're okay. We're good. I'm good personally.
Amelia is, I think,
Amelia is up there. Amelia is another like very iconic fight. Like has the juice to
looking
be.
at like Cleric Beast, she's not with Cleric Beast, and looking at Gascoigne, she's not with Gascoigne. So
I,
very
I don't know. Actually,
obvious.
I might put her in A tier still, to be honest. But
Mm,
it's up. I don't know. Let's
mm.
ask the audience. Where would you guys put them? I think.
She does have a little bit of that, like, get staggered really easily problem.
Hmm.
And then,
Well,
like,
okay, but like they could adjust like the
that
levels
is
of that.
fair. Yeah,
Like
I
Nightreign
need
as a
to like
whole has a
acknowledge a
stagger
little bit.
problem. What like Nightreign is the stagger game. Like these bosses are built for Nightreign already. Like, do you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
She does have that healing ability, which gives her like a little bit of something. Like if she's
Yeah.
going for the heal and you have to like stop her, then that's a whole fun thing.
Mm.
Dark Beast. I think this is actually in this one. One of the problems that I see with Dark Beast is that it is a skittery little guy. I think if you put it in Night Boss Circle, it will skitter its ass out of there. It likes to
Okay.
skitter backwards a lot. I think that it'll be kind of an annoying thing to fight because you'll be like attacking it and it'll just retreat into the rain a lot. Like I
I
like it.
yeah, I think it's solid though. Like it's a good fight.
Mm. It's I guess like slightly too mobile. There's a lot of like when you fight it, it gets put into enclosed spaces so that it can't skitter away forever. But if you let it live in the night circle, it can just like get out very easily. I think
Mm.
it does have like AoE tools and the lightning stuff to help deal with the to deal with like a group event of players. So it has like the tools to be a good multiplayer boss. So I could kind of see it there. Like I could see bumping it up, but it does also have like they would have to adjust the stagger on its limb breaks. Otherwise you end up like break one leg, move to the next leg, break that leg, move to the next leg, and it kind of just like doesn't have a way to deal with that. But
I mean, it still is fun like targeting stuff like that, so they can make
mhm,
it work, I think.
yeah, let's see. Thinking about what I put it next to, I think that's. I could be persuaded to take it up or leave it there.
That's your
It's kind
call.
of just like. I think that it's actually, yeah. Honestly, I do really like the Dark Beast fight, but it is like, I don't know, a little easy. But I think, yeah, I'm convincing myself. It has like the toolkit to work with that.
Also,
Shadows.
I will say, seeing all these things next to each other, I do think Phalanx is maybe a little high.
That's fair. This was very early.
Yeah, that was like the first one we ranked. Like, I think I'd put it like B. Yeah, I think it's fine there. It's fine.
I think that if it spawned in as a night one boss and did exactly the things that it normally does, you end up being like, that worked. That was pleasant. Kind of fine. Not stand out like some of the other stuff it's just kind of
Okay, here's the
pretty
thing.
good.
Actually,
Maybe even here.
I don't think. Here's the thing. I think Phalanx is really cool, but like maybe as an event, I don't know. I just don't think. I don't think there's enough going on for like it to be a boss fight in the way that like standing
That's,
alongside the other cast of bosses like that with.
yeah, I'm thinking
I don't
about
know.
it in the context of like specifically a night one boss. When you're like lower level, you don't necessarily have the tools for the run yet. They would have to give the core something to do. I think like they've added a couple animations to the returning bosses, so I think that they could give something there for it.
Okay.
The reason that it ranked so highly for me initially is specifically that like how does it match up into a group of players? And the mechanic of it, the gimmick of it, plays really well into a group fight. Like I just really like that idea of it. It would
Yeah.
absolutely crumble to like Giant's Flame Take Me, but other than that,
It would crumble to most things, but that's okay.
there's a little bit of like difficulties, not all of it. I do like the idea of it, is what I'll say. That's why I'm picking up.
That's part of why I was suggesting it as an event is because like I like the idea a lot too. Yeah, I don't know.
And then I guess for shadows, there's 3 of them. I think that gives them some points, kind of similar to like I rated Run Sentinels a bit highly for the same reason. By themselves, they're a little. I think they're not as engaging. Like, Run Sentinels can do a lot more than these guys can. They have the big snake, I guess, but I don't think that by itself is enough. I think they're kind of.
I think like C is fine.
Yeah, like right here. And also, I try not to let this affect things too much, but they were like second fiddle. That they had planned to have like a giant white snake that you fought in the forest instead. And I guess the fight just kind of didn't work out. And so then these guys are here instead now. There's a little bit of that, like, if you look at a boss through that lens, you can end up maybe being a little more critical of it. Which, maybe that's not fair, but
you do have a unique perspective when it comes to that.
Yeah. I mean, similarly, that's kind of why some of the other bosses have ranked a lot higher, is like knowing about their past.
Yeah.
Rom is a little bit like Freya. Like
Kinda,
a bunch of little babies, except instead of having the like limited attack zone, she just teleports around. So I think that her teleporting around gets undercut by Sprint Surge.
I feel like I'd probably put it at F personally, but it's something. It's like it's fightable. It is fightable. Like it is. It would work kind of.
I guess like when you think about Freya, they had to give her like new moves, like stuff to better manage the players. And Rom kind of doesn't have it. She has like the meteor attack, I guess, but I don't know if that's like enough. I think the meteor attack might actually dig her way out of F, but
okay.
I think the kind of nothing like super exciting. If she ends up like teleporting away and immediately starting to do the meteor, then that's a little scary. But otherwise, I think Freya kind of ends up doing her job better.
Yeah.
The one reborn is mm, it would need the ranged ads similar to Tower Knight, and then I don't think it does anything that is as fun as Tower Knight.
Yeah, I don't like this fight very. I mean, I don't like this fight very much as like a. I just think it
Like
wouldn't be that fun to
by
fight
itself.
ultimately.
Mm-hmm. Magdala, I think, is actually kind of up here. I don't know if A or B, but like the bunch of arms,
Yeah.
some projectiles, tearing the arms off to get more range.
Yeah, no, this is one where there's like a lot of potential of like they could give it the centipede demon treatment to a certain
Mhm.
degree, and it could work.
And Amygdala is like another one of those ones that's very
Very iconic.
emblematic of Bloodborne.
Yeah,
Very much
no, it
like
could work.
the guy that would have backers in From Software, I'm sure. Oh yeah, someone has pointed out for Rom that every time they fought Freya, Freya has kind of done nothing. I think that that's like that's a condemnation to be like Rom is the worst Freya, and Freya we would probably put like in this tier.
Maybe.
Not a good
Yeah.
look. Logarius. He's got a lot of like that like flying around and stuff that can be a really mobile fight, which would help him manage multiple players. But I think he's kind of here with Gascoigne a little bit.
Really, I was gonna say a little higher, but because I do like the sword mechanic.
Yeah, I was about to say the sword thing is a little bit fun. Um, actually, yeah, the gimmick with the sword stuff of like one of the players breaking off to deal with that
Yeah.
is like a fun angle to take into the multiplayer element. I think that that's
Yeah.
probably enough to get him up there.
No, he's a solid fight.
Celestial Emissary. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of doesn't have a lot going on.
I still think it'd be cool if they were in the game.
Actually, I guess if am I remembering correctly, they're like I kind of don't remember the fight. Are they like a little there's like a bunch of little ones and sometimes when you attack them. No, it's when you wipe them all out, then there's one big version, right?
I think so.
I think that I think it'd be a little better if like imagine that there's a bunch of little ones and you kill some of them and they get really big. Like if they had multiple of the big ones, I think that could be fun.
Yeah.
But I think just one big one is not going to cut it.
I think it'd be cool if there was a UFO crashing event and just some little guys came out.
It'd be a little like the meteorite event, except instead of a falling star beast at the end, you just have these little idiots.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I could be persuaded to put him here as that like doesn't work as written, but with like a little bit of work. I think that having a bunch of them or having multiple that turn big would be fun. Like a fun way to do it. Otherwise, they're kind of not much. Ebrietas. She has a lot of projectile stuff. Then
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
Kind of like her
hmm.
fight's kind of like a little weird, even in Bloodborne. But is it the right kind of weird? I'm not sure about that. Mm,
Yeah, I mean, I just like ultimately she would function just like a punching bag. Like that's where a lot of these bosses fall into is like,
yeah, a little
is
bit.
there room to embellish on these fights that would make sense in a game as fast as Nightreign with three people wailing on them at the same time? And like,
Hmm.
I don't know. It's hard for me to fully envision that.
Mm.
Uh,
He
maybe.
does have like an AoE thing, and if I remember correctly, a charge. I think she's able to like. I think she'd be able to get out of a situation where there are a bunch of people around her. Someone said it's like ulcerated tree spirit. I feel, which I think that yeah, that'd be like a good comparison. I think is maybe enough to land her like here. Mm,
Okay.
there's some of them that like honestly I don't 100% remember the Abraeus fight well enough to say that I'm confident in this. I haven't fought her that much. Fought her in
I
like
will say
Chalice
though,
dungeons multiple times.
this is kind of like tangential to the conversation because I know Bloodborne isn't even on the table to begin with, but like
Yeah,
in a hypothetical world where Bloodborne was a possibility, I think they wouldn't put any of the or they shouldn't put any of the cosmic stuff in. Like they should kind of limit it probably to the beasts.
that's fair. I
Because I
think
think that is kind of like a big part of like the game of like they almost don't want to spoil it, you know?
yeah, I think at most Amy gets in.
Yeah, but anything beyond that I think is too much.
Yeah,
But we're ignoring that because this is already isn't possible.
this is already fan fiction.
Yeah. Yeah,
They
for
have
spoilers mainly. Like that I
yeah.
mean just think about it. Like I don't know. I
There's a
know I
little
guess that's
bit
like
where they
that's not
have they talked about not including the demigods because they didn't want to like uh, kind of undercut their mystique in Elden Ring, which they've kind of like walked back a little bit by having Moog there. Kind of weird move, but um, I can see them being like a little more hesitant to pull from some of the late game stuff. There is also Nameless King, which is like a weird one. I guess
uh,
there's like an they have let through a few exceptions, but I think that it has to be like in
it
order
has to
for
be like
them to do
really
that,
really interesting and
yeah,
like worth it.
there has to be like a reason for it. Like they brought Moog back and did like the cool trident stuff with him. And there's
Yeah.
like potentially the angle of bringing Moog back because they have Morgott already. Or rather,
Also like
Morgan.
Nameless King is like arguably the most iconic like one of the most iconic bosses like in the entirety of the series, but like for Dark Souls
Mhm.
3 specifically, probably the most iconic fight. Like so as a way of like representing that game, like you
Mhm.
got to think of it from that angle as well. Um
Yeah. And there's like, in a similar, I think Artorias is in a similar vein there
yes.
of like,
Artorias is absolutely in the similar vein.
honestly, the first time that I played the DLC and Artorias showed up, I was kind of floored. Like the
Hmm.
fact that you just stumble on him and there was like no lead up into it really surprised me. And then when I killed him, I was like, surely there's more than that, right? He's gonna come back. And then no. There's that like element of uh, not being precious with Artorias as a character. This is just like a thing that is happening that you stumbled into that I think was really important. And showing you Artorias ahead of time in Nightreign could undercut that, but you've had like 14 years for that, 14 or 15.
Yeah.
Like, nobody is going into Dark Souls 1 blind at this point, I think, or just barely anyone. If you are invested enough to be playing Nightreign right now, you've seen Artorias. I think that's
I mean,
like
you're saying that, but like I actually have a couple friends where Nightreign was their first game.
that's wild.
It's true though. Like I think there genuinely are quite a few people out there where like Nightreign has been their first exposure to FromSoft.
And that's really interesting. I have felt
Yeah.
like so much of Nightreign has felt to me like this only works assuming that you have played Elden Ring. Like the game really seems to assume that you have a base level of knowledge.
See, I thought that too, but like again, I have friends where like they adjusted like quicker than I thought they would, and like they got it,
Hmm.
you know? Like
That is
I don't
really
know.
interesting. That's not
Yeah.
something that I would have expected. It's like, I don't know. That's a very interesting point. But I guess the thing there is that um, there's an extent to which they don't need to worry as much about, like, what if we spoil Dark Souls 1 with Nightreign? Because, like, the percentage of people where that's going to happen is incredibly low compared to, like, uh, the recency of Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I guess there's, like, the element of there were so many people who played Elden Ring that maybe that's not true. Maybe there are more people that have experienced Elden Ring in full than there are that have experienced Dark Souls in full. But there's clearly like something to them, like they've, explicitly said that they didn't want to pull in the late game demigods to preserve that.
Yeah.
And they
And
don't
honestly, I get
necessarily
it.
feel the same about Artorias. I guess that's also like a thing of, they'll do it, but it has to be for a good reason. And they felt like they had a good reason enough with Artorias.
Yep.
Plus also they already spoiled him in the armor set, so it is a little silly that you can wear the Artorias armor into the Artorias fight in Nightreign. But
Mm-hmm.
Mikalash. I think that everyone wants this to happen, but no.
See, this is another fight where if you've played Nightmare Cart, and if you're chasing him on a racetrack and going off ramps and shooting a gun at him, then like maybe it could work.
You're really pushing for the but he gets a motorcycle tier.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's like funny things that they could do with it, but I think just like
No, it's F.
as written, no,
No,
not
Nightlash
gonna
is
work.
F. We can move on.
Wet nurse. I think wet nurse. Like when I was talking about um, some bosses that had had their jobs done better, I think wet nurse is kind of one of those ones that is like an idea that they played around with. Well,
I don't see this in A tier at all, to be honest. Can you
I
go
think
on? Like,
the splitting up element. This is another one where I'm giving it a lot of points for having a mechanic that goes well into a multiplayer situation. I guess individually, they're not super threatening. I like the idea of it splitting up, but it would need some work.
I yeah. I mean, I'd probably put them D tier personally, but I don't know. This fight just doesn't
Mm.
really register for me on like on an emotional level, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I hear what you're
Mm.
saying.
It is another example of me like really highly valuing the like multiplayer element Well, I guess there is the situation of like, once they've split up and are attacking, are they even scary at that point? Which I guess they kind of aren't. I'm gonna put him. Hmm, do I want to walk things back all the way from A to D?
Follow your heart. It's okay.
I guess looking at uh, Shadows of Yarnum and such, I think that this is a good place for it.
Yeah.
Which, just a little side note, isn't it crazy that for some number of people, that was the final boss of Bloodborne?
Uh, yeah. And that's sad because I don't
This,
like that fight very much. Like
mhm,
it's kind of whatever.
it's just wild to think of that being like, yeah, that was the final boss. Marigo's wet nurse, close to Nishandra. I think a little better still, but yeah, not anywhere near as exciting as your other options, such as Gehrman. I think sadly he ends up here with Gascoigne.
Mm,
I don't think that he has like the tools. Like Bloodborne is not a game that is built around the player having good ranged options. So a lot of the characters don't have stuff to deal with like a group of players that is spread out.
you don't think they could give him like the Artorias treatment?
Mm, I guess they could, but
No, it's fair. I trust your gut on this one.
yeah, I'm trying to think like what that would look like necessarily. I guess the thing that he would be able to do that lets him manage a group more is like being very fast, like going around. But I, you'd have to like build a whole thing of him like having ranged options. Otherwise, hmm, I guess there are some comparable things like the commanders like out the rot and frostbite commanders probably play a bit similar to Gehrman, but they have the like ability to summon and the big AoE and such. I think like just Gehrman's base moveset, he doesn't have the tools. You need something alongside that.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Moon presence is mm,
I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember what Moon Presence does at all.
has that like super move where if you don't interrupt it, it sets you to 1 HP, which
Okay.
that's pretty spooky. I don't know if I'd want to deal with that, but by itself, it is also, if I remember correctly, very melee focused. It's it fights very like in a very bestial style. It is also, I think, it is literally considered a beast. Like both a beast and a kin in terms of uh, the damage values of like this does extra damage to beast and this does extra damage to kin. It's like both of them, but
Hmm.
I think that I think it also doesn't have like uh, much in terms of tools. It does move around a lot. It's a little bit, I guess, like Gaping Dragon esque in that regard of like it can deal with a lot of people in that like it can go very quickly, if I remember correctly. But I think for the most part, it's sadly also just kind of here. Or maybe even here. I don't know. The one like big hook that it has is the like set everything to 1 HP. I'm also being told that it has like blood explosion stuff. Oh, it has blood orbs that cancel healing, someone has said. Which I think that's an interesting bit.
Okay.
Like it could get pretty scary if you can't heal and just got set to 1 HP. So maybe it does have like enough going on. And that being very like punitive is slightly lessened by the fact that there are other players. Like I think that getting downed is not as punishing in Nightreign, obviously, because other people can help you. But I think that's maybe enough to work with. That it could be something. Admittedly, this is absolutely not a fight that is getting into Nightreign, even if Bloodborne were on the table. There's no world where they put moon presence in the game.
That would actually be like really undercutting like the secret surprise that is this boss.
Abhorrent Beast. That's the
which one
the
is
big
this?
guy. That's the like kind of stocky guy that the murderer NPC turns into. Or like lightning stuff, if I remember correctly. I think it's honestly like reasonable. I don't want to put it just like around here from memory. It's like a really fast guy and has lightning stuff.
Okay.
And
no, I like
kind
that,
of just like a
that
kind of just a chunky guy. Beast Possessal, I think. Sorry, friend. I think this is like a 4-1 Chalice Beast or Chalice Dungeon enemy, which I think is not got a lot to work with. It's kind of like it could be in an Everjail, and it'd be kind of underwhelming in an Everjail.
Yeah,
so,
I think
as a night boss, absolutely
a lot
not.
of these Chalice dungeon guys are kind of in that category for me.
Bloodletting Beast is the one that's like headless, like big guys that people were suspicious of for a long time, potentially being secretly Lawrence. I don't remember if that's ever been like properly debunked, but he is like a very big guy, so I think that he could handle like a crowd similarly that way. I think that I don't know. Is it? Let's see. Looking at some of the other people that we've put here, I think maybe. I think it's got like enough that it's doing. It has the worm that comes out of its neck. It's kind of the proto guardian ape. A little bit.
Kinda.
You can go here. You can go here. Laurent Dark Beast is just... We're going to ignore this one because we already put a different Dark Beast in. Silver Beast, you can go here. Or here. Alright, here's my pitch. These guys, but only as a duo. I think by themselves.
No, I think that'd be kind of cool, actually.
By themselves, they go in here, but like together, I'm gonna put them here. Because you've got like a melee guy and a ranged guy. I think this one can be a melee guy as well, that has more range stuff than Descendant does. But like together, I think they make it. Undead Giant. Undead Giant is actually like... It's got the chains, it's got Mm, they can be like a lot spookier than you think that they are. Maybe like right here. I think they can have a cannon. Uh, there's also, I guess, a similar potential to just have multiple of them. I think that that could maybe work.
Yeah, like that's I feel like I could see it not as a boss, but like as just a big enemy somewhere maybe.
Hmm. Like guys in a camp together,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Watchdog. The watchdog is kind of
Mm.
like um, an earlier version of Gladius, like a similar guy to Gladius, which
Yeah.
I think could maybe get in on that same thing of like Gaping Dragon before Adel, Watchdog before Gladius, but kind of don't know. I think that if I remember correctly, it has like a really wonky hitbox for its head.
It does. And I remember it being horribly painful when you have to fight it in the Chalice dungeon where you halves your HP and it one-shots you and it's fucking horrible.
Well,
But yeah,
I think
they
it
could fix the
has the
hitbox.
tools, but yeah, if it gets like fixed, I think they can hang out up here. Mm, It's almost like I think that it has like fire projectiles, AOE stuff. It's it's like a big chunky red wolf almost,
Hmm.
and a red wolf that doesn't jump around as much. I think I like that. I think it has a lot of like material to work with, but I think that if they fixed it, it goes up here. Area of denial with lava and everything as well. You're on him? Sorry. I don't think you're getting there. Living failures. I think that there is that part where like these are another one that would need their arena gimmick of like the big sunflower in the middle to block the meteorite.
I could see it
But
maybe as maybe an event, maybe I don't know.
yeah, they would need to like have a specific thing going on to manage them.
Yeah.
Ludwig. I think this is a guy that if they put him in, they're gonna cook him.
Yeah, no,
They're
he
gonna
would
cook with him,
he would
rather.
get juiced the fuck up and would be awesome.
Mhm.
Yep, I agree with that.
Easy to see how this goes. Like, and he gets the Moonlight Sword, so he gets ranged with that. He gets to do. They get to do whatever they want with this guy. He's got all the tools. Maria. Hmm.
I think
He's like a
Maria's
smaller profile boss, which like could work against her.
still though.
If she gets in, they're also gonna like juice the hell out of her.
Yeah.
I think that that's yeah, that'll get her in like a top spot, no matter what. Just like if they put her in there, they're gonna make her work.
I'm gonna make her work, yeah.
Lawrence. I think that Lawrence kind of is just, Cleric Beast Plus. The
Yes.
second phase of it, like going around with the fire on the floor and all that, adds to it a little bit with the multiplayer element. You're not able to like just get up behind him and attack his back. You kind of have to. The thing that I really liked about Lawrence is that you are heavily encouraged to fight him from the front, and if you do that, you have to kind of like dance along with him as he advances towards you.
Hmm.
Like, I've had a lot of people say that they didn't like Lawrence, and then when I fought him, I really enjoyed it. And I think that I maybe fought him in a way that is very atypical of how other people tried to approach it. Also, I'm gonna mute myself very briefly to do like a slight warm up, like voice warm up thing, because I can
Okay.
feel myself warbling a little bit every so often. You can talk about Orphan for a bit if you feel like it.
Uh. Okay. Orphan. My gut is telling me A. A maybe. I don't know. They could juice him up.
All right. Yeah, I think that Orphan is another one that, like, if they put him in there, they're gonna make sure he's doing really well. I think they're gonna do a lot with him.
Yeah.
But like as he is right now, he does have the lightning stuff to work with. He's very fast. He has the like raw material to
Okay.
be
You can put him in S if you.
like one of these.
Yeah, it's your call.
I think that also this is another one that even if Bloodborne were on the table, Orphan is not on the table.
Yeah. No,
So,
they're not going to do like final bosses or stuff like that.
mhm. I think that he's like honestly, there's also the angle of potentially him being like maybe too scary, even. Like, well, I don't know if he'd be too scary, but like, if they juiced him up a bunch, he could very easily uh, wipe the party. I don't know if he's
Mhm.
like potentially too threatening to get in there. You'd have to like pull the lever back a little bit. There's like an extent to which people have criticized Moog and Artorias as being like a little like very highly tuned. So there's like you don't necessarily want the Night 2 boss to be like as hard or harder than the Night Lord following it.
Can I just say, I think the term overtuned is such a funny term that's become more popular.
That's
Like,
fair. Yeah, I guess you can't really like overtune something
well,
functionally.
no, I guess I think it's funny because it's usually I feel like it's always used as like a euphemism of like it's too hard. They're saying it's too hard, but they don't want to say it's too hard, so they're like it's overtuned. I'm just like,
Yeah, that's fair.
just say it's too hard, man. Just say it.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, I definitely see that angle of it. Is that trying to find language that makes it easier to say, easier for you to say.
Yeah, I think Souls fans sometimes struggle with some of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's a tangent. I don't feel like going
Mm-hmm.
down.
Yeah, the the bit of it for me is that like saying it for Artorias or Moog is that like um they like juice them a little more than not maybe that they should, but they're definitely like they turned up the numbers a lot from where they had been in a way that like you could theoretically criticize, but I don't know. I don't actually think that Artorias or Moog are like pushed too much.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think there's a time and place for like it makes sense in certain
Mm-hmm.
contexts, but like
Mm.
yeah. Anyway,
Plus them only being available on like balancers and Dreglord, and kind of like by the time you're fighting them, you should be a lot better at the game. So it kind of makes
mhm.
sense. Udix
All right.
Gundyr.
All right, I'm gonna make this easy.
Hmm?
I think almost every single Dark Souls 3 boss is at least B tier, if not higher. Like I think
Mm,
this when we get to Dark Souls 3, this is where like yeah, these could work probably. Maybe, I don't know.
let's
Is that too
see.
crazy to say?
I think I'd agree. Like the thing that I had, uh, like being charitable to Dark Souls 3, I had always said that like it was the game that benefited the most from being the latest in the series when it was released. It was the one where they had learned how to make good bosses from like past experience. Like the bosses of Dark Souls 3 are like generally good.
Yeah, Dark Souls 3 is the boss game.
Mm, I
Um
think that Gundyr by
yeah,
himself
Gundyr,
with like the passive man, he does
this is one of those
struggle
ones where
to
like
deal with
for
like
me
ranged players, I think.
he also gets a boost just because like I do think he is super iconic.
Mm,
Um so I'd like to see him in some capacity.
yeah, I think
But
if
yeah,
they put him in there, they'd give him something to work with. But
yeah, he's cool.
yeah, Vort, I think Vort, I think Vort a little less than Gundyr actually.
He's solid though. So like, yeah, I think
Mm.
solid B.
We're
Fort could
getting
totally
into
work.
the tier of like, or we're getting into the game now where you don't really have to change things. You just
Yeah.
put Vort in there and you're like, we're done, good to go.
Yep.
Great Wood. This one maybe not so much. This one I'm gonna put in here or potentially down
Let me
here.
let, let me let me let me ponder
Thing is, it
this.
needs like you don't get the floor bit with it.
I feel like he could work as like an event boss. Well, because like
Mm,
I don't know. I mean, I think like the weak point mechanic can be kind of fun in
yeah,
certain contexts, and
yeah.
like he has multiple weak points all around his body, so it's not like you're waiting
Mm,
around necessarily. Um, I don't know.
and I guess
It kind of work.
I am kind of overselling how important the floor breaking is. I guess it kind of doesn't actually
The floor breaking
affect
does not
anything.
matter to me. I don't think that
Like
actually you
it's
need
all
that at all.
vibes.
It's all vibes, yeah.
So as far as it goes for like uh, interacting with the multiplayer element, I think it having the like multiple points to attack there
And
is
I
like a
think
good
also
bet.
this is a fight where you could embellish it and be like, imagine he has like fruit growing off his branches and like the fruit fall
Mm,
down and like hatch
yeah.
a bunch of different creatures. Like I don't know. There's just like things you could do to like make it
Hmm.
more multiplayer focused.
Hmm.
So I like him.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely something that you could work with. Sages. I love the idea of the sages, honestly. This is one of the ones that I have like have pushed for, like have advocated for in the past, unprompted.
Really?
I love the idea of like these are the ones that are like these are the ones that did Pinwheel's job, did Fool's Idol's job. This is like the most modern take on it. I love the idea of like it vanishes and there's a bunch of them, and you have that moment of like, where's the real one? And one of the players finds the real one and pings it, and everyone like rushes over to deal with that. It is just like it is the most like it. This is me really giving a lot of points to that like interacting with the multiplayer element thing, which is the thing I've done through the whole tier list. But like these guys, I'm giving so many points for that. I just like the
That's
idea of
fair.
it a lot. The idea of like chasing down the real one is really appealing to me.
Okay, no, that's fair.
And then conversely, no, no deacons. There's like, you could put them in D tier because they do have the whole big like curse ball thing, and there's the element of like chasing around, but I
No,
don't know. I just
it's fine. Yeah.
they're boring.
It could work. I just don't feel like making it work.
Mm-hmm. Abyss Watchers. These
Abyss
guys.
Watchers is up there, yeah. Um,
I think like no change. Like if you make no changes to them at all, they're already really good.
yeah, I think you would be cool as maybe like out of the gate. Well, actually, let me think. I think it'd be cool if like maybe during like the final phase where you're just fighting like the one main guy, it's like there are maybe still one or two of the little guys or like the
Mm.
is that how the fight works, right? It's like you're fighting they have like the
Hmm.
shared health bar,
Yeah,
I
they
think.
spawn in
And,
with like I think
and they're fighting each
there's
other.
like one of them aggroed, and then another one gets up, and then one of them that's your ally gets up. I
Yeah.
may have the sequence out of order, but it is like uh, there's I think at least two of them hostile and one that is friendly. And
Yeah, no,
then
that'd be a really cool fight.
uh, the dream here is that they could also uh, bring back Sword Dog. Like,
Sword Dog.
yeah, the old wolf of Farron. Um, there's like unused material to indicate that the second phase gimmick would have been the wolf showing up and picking up the sword and fighting you instead of it being just a buffed Abyss Watcher.
That would be pretty cool.
Just like, you know, uh,
Damn, Dark Souls 3 really is the Dark Souls 1 game, huh?
yeah, very much so. Because honestly, I don't know. Do we like Abyss Watchers enough? Is who is S tier if not these guys? I don't know. They have like a really good play into the multiplayer element. I guess the
Yeah,
question
that's
is
fair.
how good is the singleton buffed Abyss Watcher after that?
Yeah, I just worry it'd be too similar to like Artorias potentially.
A
I don't
little
remember
bit.
exactly what the moveset's like.
Mm,
Um,
it's
but yeah, I think you
either
could like you could do more
either
with
that.
phase two.
It's wavering in between those places. If someone makes a really good argument, it could go in either of
I'd
them.
probably put it in A, but yeah,
Mm,
it works either
Wolnir.
way.
Sorry, friend. I don't think you're getting in.
Yeah. See, I like High Lord Wolnir a lot though, like conceptually and just like what a
Honestly,
cool
it would
little
be
guy.
it would be a really funny bit. Like you clear out the wave of enemies, and then just Wolnir's chalice spawns in the middle, and then you do go off into a special arena to fight him.
Hmm.
Like they could do that if they really wanted to. So we'll put him in D for like would have to make it work, or you live down here. They'd have to do something special for you, Wolnir. Old Demon King. I think that this one is also on the same trajectory as, Bird Tree Avatar.
Yeah.
It's from the
I
same.
don't
It's
I
cut
don't
from the same cloth as the
I
Vanguard
don't think
Demon
it
family.
makes sense in a game like that,
And
yeah.
he's like fine. Like it has like enough going on that is slightly different from Bird Tree Avatar that it'd be fine by himself, but I don't think he gets in over many other things. And would be like a little superfluous, I guess.
Hmm.
Pontiff. I think
Pontiff is I think potentially S actually. I'd put him there. Like Pontiff I
the
think is a top 3 iconic fight for Dark Souls 3. You got the clone mechanic. You got
mhm.
I don't know.
the one
I
thing
feel like
that's
I feel like
like
it's S.
the one thing that's undercuts the clones a little bit is that they're not autonomous. They end up just being like doing the same thing that he's doing. So it's not actually going to make him better at fighting a group. Although you could do a very funny thing of like he spawns in with 3 clones, and each one is targeting a different player. And an interesting thing with Pontiff is that it's not that he attacks and then the clone attacks. The clone attacks and then he goes. He is like following the clone all the time. Like it is a premonition of what he's going to do. So you could have 3 clones that are each targeting a different player, and then you don't know who he's going to go after. So he could have that like weird bit of like using his clones to play into the multiplayer element that way.
Yeah, that could be kind of neat.
Then that would easily let him attack each player separately.
Mm-hmm.
But still be limited as one main guy. And I think that if they went that direction, S tier, easy to live here. Aldrich. I think Aldrich is not as confident in Aldrich.
I feel like solid B for me.
It does
Maybe
like
C.
there is the whole arrow thing. Like it's got the range and the mobility. I guess it does play well into a group. So I'm comfortable with him living in B, but could be talked out of it. And I guess there's the fun bit of it, like sinking and resurfacing, and they could also put it ahead of balancers, and there's something fun going on there. That like slightly echoing the fight you're about to do.
Yeah, only in the Everdark version.
Yorm, sorry. You got the same problem as Storm King.
See, Yorm is so cool though. Hold on. I want to make Yorm work. Just give me a second.
Admittedly, Yorm is the of the Storm Ruler guys. Yorm is the guy you can fight without it. I guess they could just take away Storm Ruler and make him less tanky. And just, I don't know, give him a little more mobility or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like...
I think we can put him in D as like, he has to be reworked.
F feels too harsh.
Yeah. We felt some stuff in here of like, this could go, but you gotta make it work.
Yeah.
Osiris. It has that annoying like 0 frame startup charge attack. It's kind of not good.
Osiris is another just like solid fight, you know.
It does have like range stuff.
I think B or C personally.
Let's see. A little bit like looking at what we've put it next to. I think it would be a better fight than Flame Lurker. So I think B tier.
I think we need 10 more tiers. We need A+, A-, B+, B-.
Here's the thing that's messed up about this. Initially,
it's not ordered.
I had like a tier of, S as like S no changes, S with changes, A with no changes. Like really granular, and that felt like maybe a bit much. You'd also need like would it work as a day 1 boss or a night 1 boss, a night 2 boss, a point of interest boss, never jail boss?
I think like there's quite a few of these where like I could absolutely see it as a field boss. That we've ranked F.
That's
so
fair.
like that's the tough part a list like this is that. But oh
Mhm.
well.
Yeah, like old Dragon Slayer, Dragon Rider. There's like a bunch of these that if you popped open an Everjail, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, like fuck it, dude. Put Vendrick in an Everjail. Who gives a fuck? They wouldn't do that, but
Vendrick?
actually put Ancient Dragon in an Everjail. That would be
Oh, good lord.
so funny. That would be awesome.
No, no thanks. This would really. Pine, you are just taking out your frustrations on the Everjail meta players.
No, I would love to see it. I would laugh so hard.
Mm. This would just be like a huge punishment for all the people that are like, night one, straight to the Everjail. Or level one, straight to the Everjail. No
Everjail
breaks.
meta is dead. Everyone knows this.
Yeah,
The
the Great Hollow did a lot to undercut it. You can't rely on it.
Everyone knows you just run double balancer relics, and
That's
then
true.
like the Night Invader relic, and whatever the fuck else your character has. Like,
Mm-hmm. And Discover Size. Get that Halo Scythe, baby.
yeah, and Discover's like, dude, man,
Mm.
I have so many thoughts on the relic system. Whatever, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. It is a
It's
little
fine.
sad. Champion. I think an interesting
Yeah.
bit to do would be some way of having both. Like you have a weaker Gundyr that can somehow either, go passive man or go champion mode.
Mm-hmm.
Not like a duo fight, but like some sort
Just
of
you-
way that this like diverges. I'm not sure how you do it though. Like, I'm not sure.
Make it 50-50.
Mm. I guess that could be fun. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
like it could be a night fight, a night one fight, or a night two fight. Like if it's night one, he goes plus mode. Night two, champ mode.
No, I want him to like hold up his hand, tell you to stop attacking him, and he flips a coin, like literally. He pulls out a coin and flips it,
Mm.
and he shows you. And he's like, "All right, I got heads. I'm going
Oh,
plus mode."
I know the bit. If you're fighting regular Fulgore, he goes plus mode. If you're fighting Everdark Fulgore, he goes champ mode.
Sure.
I think that he would be like another one of those like echoing the Night Lord fights kind of guys. He just slots into that. Like he's very much Fulgore. Or Fulgore's rather, very much him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, either one. Or both, somehow.
Someone
Easily
said
pretty A
fear and
tier.
hunger mode. Do you sorry, I just gonna go to tangent real quick. Can you imagine playing Dark Souls or any Souls game? And imagine if you wanted to rest at a bonfire. Literally there's a coin flip. And if you got tails, you just die. Imagine imagine that as a game.
That'd be pretty wild.
That's unironically exists in Fear and Hunger.
Mhm.
Oh my
I've heard
God.
about Fear and Hunger, but have not actually seen any gameplay, or obviously haven't played any of it myself.
Yeah.
And having said that, this is gonna encourage chat to tell me to do it, and I don't know that I'm gonna listen.
That might be a rough one to stream. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
real. I don't
What
know
you
if
have
I'd
just
recommend that.
pitched to me of like, hey, when you go to rest, there's a chance that you just die. I'm not sure. But that's like a good. I don't think I'm sold on it from just hearing that.
Fear and Hunger is just an upsetting game with the
Mhm.
content of it. I don't know.
Yeah,
It
I've
just
heard
might be tough.
it's not. Yeah, probably the vibes are not there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some people stream it. I just think I would struggle with it.
Mm. And said you'd also need heavy content warnings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that that's my vibe. Let's see. Dragon
Sorry.
Slayer
Anyway,
armor. I think this is another guy
Dragon
who's
Slayer armor.
just like pretty good. You'd need the butterflies. You need something to give him the
I
ranged
think
angle.
I feel like A is a little too high. My gut, my heart's telling me B. I'm sorry, but
I
if you
can
want to put him
understand
A,
it.
put him in A.
I've liked Dragon Slayer armor, but yeah, I kind of don't remember what the like the rematch Dragon Slayer armor in the DLC. I don't know what he gets. I don't remember what's been
I
like
don't know if he gets
added.
anything, does he?
Hmm, that maybe why I don't remember getting anything new. If he just doesn't, then yeah, that would explain a lot. Uh, Lothric and Lorien.
Mm,
Hmm, some part of me wants to actually put them quite low. I don't know. It is like a fine fight, sort of, but I think it'd feel really weird.
yeah, it'd feel weird for sure.
There's a fun angle that they get to do, which is this is another special fun cut content fact is that they were kind of designed as a ride pair. Like um Lothric was going to be a separate NPC from Lorien and be able to like disengage fully. But I guess they just didn't have like the technology there yet, or something about the staging of the fight would have made it very awkward. But
Mm.
if they have the ability to separate and then like Lothric is able to revive Lorien the way that he does, that adds something to it. But mm, they're a weird one. I'm gonna put them. The thing is, like by itself, they're kind of fine. Like they kind of they would work well enough just by themselves. But like, mm, I'm gonna drop them here.
Okay.
There's like a part of me that wants to drop them lower, but it's more like a vibes thing than it is like a mechanical critique of them.
Yeah, the vibes are off, or not off, but a weird fit for Nightreign.
Mm-hmm. And you know, saying it as vibes may make it sound undercutting, like may make it sound less serious, but it's I guess more like the way that the fight plays out mechanically would be strange a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just like the thematic element is where the vibes are off. It's like the pace of the fight would be a little strange. Admittedly, it does have the angle of like teleporting around and having ranged attacks, and like I'm slightly arguing my way into like putting them higher, except there's just something that I don't know how to express it, but something is telling me that I shouldn't.
Just follow your gut. Either one.
Mm. If I look at the stuff that they're near, I'm gonna leave them here, I guess. That'll be fine. Ancient Wyvern, like the actual boss fight, Ancient Wyvern, where it's like a big thing you have to go around and plunging attack its head. Or here, of course, as a night
Yeah,
boss.
no,
No,
it's
no, I don't
it's
think we're
F,
doing
I
that.
think. I don't even see it as an event.
Mm-hmm. You would need a whole structure built around it entirely for that to work. Soul of Cinder. This is another one that's like, I don't think
This is
that
one they
I
would
don't think
never
they
put
would
it
ever
in.
do that. But yeah,
They would never do it, but I think it would be an S tier fight,
yeah.
personally.
This is what I was
Like I think
talking about when I was like,
I
we have a better Gwyn waiting in the
yeah, no,
wings.
you could do a lot of really cool stuff with this fight.
Hmm.
Um
There's also like room to do even more with it. Like, give it the thing that would be like an insane thing to do would be to have different modes of it for every Nightfarer.
oh, you're saying I see what you're saying.
Like
That would be insane.
it has like 4 move sets. What if it had one for every Nightfarer?
Yeah, that would be insane.
Hmm.
Uh that'd be cool. And like maybe it doesn't actually have to go through all of them,
Hmm.
obviously, but like it picks kind of like 3 at random or something
Hmm.
over the course of the fight, or like every so many seconds.
Yeah, they can
That could
just
be
switch out.
interesting.
Like, imagine Great Shield, Soul of Cinder, like a halberd. Like,
Dude, wait,
I'm a bird now.
what if this is what what's in Hulster? What if
Oh,
Everdark Hulster is somehow some version of what we're describing? That would be amazing.
that would be really cool.
They could do
Imagine
it.
if it could, um, if it could alt, if it could copy your alt.
Yeah.
Hmm. There's there's something to that.
Hmm.
It'd be so much work for them, but it'd be really cool. Oh, and got a super chat asking real quick what my favorite Monster Hunter monster is. Gormagala. I was a Gen 4 kid.
Sick.
I don't want to focus too much because, it feels weird to do that in a conversation. So I've been kind of just hearting the super chats and moving on.
No, I mean don't feel like don't feel bad about that. Go for it.
Mm.
But I will take the opportunity to say my favorite monster. Well, I don't know if it's my favorite to fight, but I love Rajang.
Mm.
I love monkeys. I love guys that punch.
You
And
have you have made that clear multiple times throughout this
yeah,
tier list.
I think they should put Rajang in Nightreign. I think that'd be actually awesome.
Yeah, they need like a crossover where Nightreign gets something from Monster Hunter, and Monster Hunter
Dude,
gets
please.
something like Adele.
Honestly, dude, FromSoft and Capcom were like my 2 favorite developers, basically, as far as like
Mm.
AAA developers go. If they like ever collabed properly for either of their games, like oh my god,
Mm.
it'd be so easy for them to do it too. Like, come on, man.
Honestly, I'm really considering um streaming Resident Evil 9. Like,
Oh hell yeah, you should. I'm just gonna be playing on my own at launch. I'm so excited
the thing that I
for
am so
RE9.
sad about is that they have confirmed no plans for VR.
Okay.
Like, we've
I know.
been waiting for VR news. It's like a confirmation that it'd be on the PSVR 2, and they were like, no.
Mm.
And I'm like, okay, if you say so. That's
Wait, so have you played RE8, right?
mhm. 8 and 4,
Okay.
the
And
4
4.
remake on the VR, and they're like my favorite things on the VR. I'm
They're
so
so good.
sad, so very sad that they're not
If anyone
doing
if anyone
9.
watching has not played RE4 or RE8, take this as your chance to like do that. They're
Hmm.
so fucking peak.
I'm honestly thinking of getting like a VR setup to stream them as well.
You
Although
honestly, that would be awesome. You should totally do that.
mhm,
That'd be really sick.
I think that I need a co-commentator for that, like someone to read chat, because I don't think there's a way to get chat into PSVR 2 like you can for PC VR stuff, sadly.
Maybe not. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Hmm.
But I don't have like someone in my circle that I know is like a VR person and or a Resident Evil person enough to want to like watch through with that. And this is not me fishing for you to volunteer. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right. Grave Tender and Wolf. I think they're kind of me.
Yeah.
I don't think they get there.
I think they would win if it was like a mid-off competition, you know?
Mm. Like I think you could put them in and it'd be whatever. But
Yeah, it'd be fine. It'd be whatever.
like
Sure.
they could get put into the D tier. But I'm sending a message.
Yeah,
I don't know.
listen, they could go higher, but I just don't want them higher.
Yeah, that's fair. Freed.
uh,
I
yeah,
think
no, Freed's S, right? 100%, 100% S.
yeah. I guess this is coming back to the thing that I was saying about Orphan. Is that like you don't want the night boss to overshadow the Night Lord. And I think 3 phases of Freed might be
Well,
a bit too much.
I don't think they wouldn't do it a 3-phase thing. Like,
Mm,
I think there's a way you can condense it still.
yeah, they'd have to
But
like
yeah,
cut out something. But I guess I don't know. Maybe you don't give her phase 1 because it's just her like jumping around, being invisible, and it's maybe a bit too
yeah, I think
slow
you could
for
skip that.
Nightreign. So I think yeah, like skip the phase 1 and then do 2 and 3. Alternatively, someone has pointed out separate them, like the demon princes, like have her be the night 1 and night 2 fight, which I guess you could do, but
I like the implication there of like we somehow get like an alternate night 2 fight with like the you know what I'm saying with the guy.
mm, oh, uh, Father Ariandel,
Yes, yes.
yeah, he had his moment of like
Like he
needing
goes
the
Super
super boss
Saiyan.
instead.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm,
That could be something.
he just goes crazy with the bowl. He has
Yep.
a whip canonically that he does not use.
Interesting.
Although it's only for self-flagellation.
Mm,
He'd like whip himself in the back and spatter blood around to catch his fire.
that's pretty cool.
Very Moog-like, I imagine. Half-light. You're living here with old monk.
Sorry to say, wait, is that the that's the PvP one, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
same guy functionally.
Wasn't there wait, sorry, this is like off topic. Did
Mm.
anyone ever make a like a PvP mod for Nightreign? Or was that ever like a thing that was happening?
I don't know if they've made like an explicit mod for it, but you can just do that. Like you can mess
By
around
like
with
enabling.
you can make yourself hostile to other
Well,
players.
I guess I'm sorry. I guess I meant like not just doing that. Like I'd be curious to see like a more fleshed out mod where like what if it was say 2 or 3 teams
Mm.
so that it is kind of like a battle royale. Like I think that'd be a really cool.
You could end up doing that. Of you can play with like 6 players in seamless co-op. So
Yeah.
if you did that and did the team type stuff, then you'd like functionally have that. It sounds a little bit like
But
what
you'd
some of
have
the
to like
Dust
make it
Bloods
so
might
like
end up being.
yeah. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. It's called Duskbloods. See, that's the thing though, is I don't know if Duskbloods, based off what I've seen, is like I'm skeptical of it having teams other than like the the occasional like fated companion thing, whatever they said. Like I'm getting the feeling that Duskbloods is going to be mostly solo, which I think is like a
Mhm.
little disappointing. Oh, I don't know, I shouldn't say disappointing, but like I don't know. I'd like to see
Well,
like more players and more groups be cool.
they've said that there'll be like different objectives. Like instead of wanting to kill the other players, you'll be given like this player is your friend. Sync up with
Well, that's what
them,
I'm saying.
and
I'm saying like other than that, I think it'd be
yeah,
solo.
yeah, probably.
But we'll see. I'm still I still don't really understand what that game is. I'm excited to see what they say about it.
I'm gonna sneak in real quick. Thanks for the special chat, Nico. Hope you're having a great day as well. There's, I guess, like a feature where if you've been a member for a while, you can have like a highlighted message. So it's like different from a super chat, but something special, I guess. They waited
Maybe
a
it's like a
whole month.
resubscribe message.
Mm.
I'm not sure how YouTube works.
Let's see if you're here. Midier, my son. Sadly, I think you
Madeir.
have to go down. The problem is that Midier is too big. If you
Just
put
make
him
him
in a night
smaller.
fight, if you put him in like a night arena, he will leave the arena instantly. Like I
See,
love him a lot, but
I still think
too
there's a
big the
world where
guy.
Madeir can fit in the game. Even though he is big, he can still fit in the game somehow. Like I don't know. Maybe like
It's I guess we can move him slightly up from F to D, where it's like
I was gonna
there
say
is
like maybe he could be
some
an event.
core structural issue that this boss
I,
has that they
I
need to
think he could be an
resolve.
event.
Mhm. Yeah, they'd
Like
have to give him like a special arena. Here's the other thing though, is that he is also too chunky. If you're not fighting him at night where the time stops mattering, he has so much health. Like I think he's just sadly not like a good fit.
yeah, no, he's not. He's not.
We can put him in D as like there are serious structural problems to work through.
I think Dark Eater Madeir feels like he should have been in a Monster Hunter game.
Also, I've only
Ultimately,
just now noticed old hero, capital, lowercase, Dark Eater Midir, all uppercase. It's like I think it's only Demon Soul stuff that has lowercase letters. This is before they got super serious with the prepare to die stuff. The announcer has to shout all the names now. Gale. Up there, buddy.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty easy to do.
Yep.
The only problem that I could see with Gale is also being like too much for a night boss, almost. Having like the full two phases. Boy. The mm,
No, I
like
think
if
it'd
you
be
think
fine.
of if you think
Just
of
tone him down
Nameless
a little bit.
King, the Stormdrake phase just like folds. Like, they did not give it a lot of health. So I guess they could do that.
Yeah. No, I think that's what you do.
And said, how do they handle the transformation? He jumps straight up in the air, like Nameless King. I guess they would have to do like some sort of thing to hide him like switching. But I guess they weren't exactly subtle with like Libra changing from scale merchant. They could just kind of do that, I guess. Like we've got the precedent for it. He is a little bit like Yolster or the Dreglord, where you would want there to be like fade to black, reset position. New guy is here. but that'd be weird to do in a night boss situation.
Mm.
He could
Yeah, I
do.
don't
I think
think
he
that would
has like
work.
an explosion where a bunch of like skulls fly out from his cape. So I guess you could just do that. Just like big cloud.
And like swap out the model like within the explosion.
Hmm.
Yeah, that could work. I like
He's
that.
not like too different. So yeah, I think that could work. Uh, Now we're getting to Sekiro, which I think a lot of these are gonna end up going a bit low, just because like the mechanical incompatibility.
Hmm.
Like Gyobu expects you to be able to grapple over to him. He has so much mobility because, you know, you can follow him, but it's a bit harder.
I mean, if we're being real, putting any Sekiro boss save like one or two would be kind of insane, I think. Like,
Mhm.
but
I think that like
because they're not only built around the mobility, like they are built around the whole different combat system. Like
mhm.
they like they're they're not. I don't know. I think it's hard for me to imagine most of these, to be honest.
Oh, I keep doing
Yeah,
this
like
every
Guardian
time.
Ape maybe and like Demon of Hatred. Those are like the two, I guess, that stand out as like, okay, they could kind of work. But the rest, I don't know. Like as someone also as someone who
I
has
guess this would
played,
actually be a bad tier to write because I'd need to move a bunch of stuff out of F from it.
I mean,
Mm,
here's my suggestion personally would be like I think they're like maybe like only rank the ones that you think would make sense and leave the rest behind
that's fair. Yeah, not like
rather than just like put
give a
them all in a
judgment on them.
category.
Like Gobu. I don't think Gobu can get there.
Yeah, I mean he's cool as hell, but like it's tough.
He's
It's tough
cool,
unless like
a very
it would
loud
make
guy.
sense maybe with like with three wild okay, if with a hypothetical wilder executor character, which is
Mm,
basically Sekiro, it could
mm,
kind of work a little bit.
mhm.
Um, yeah, I don't
Butterfly.
know.
I think also a lot of these are like the problem of having like a little small humanoid profile character gets exacerbated even further.
Yeah,
Like no on Butterfly, no on Genichiro. These guys are just like a puzzle boss that I don't think would work very well
yeah.
to begin with.
Guardian
Guardian
Ape
Ape.
though, that would freaking work. I
Yeah,
would even go so far as S tier, I think.
I think
Yeah.
yeah, I think Guardian Ape. The one thing you lose out on is like grappling around the trees in the arena.
Hmm.
So it's
But I
like
think that's okay.
it's yeah, I think like even without having to do stuff to it, you could make it work on its own.
Yeah.
And it just has like the range and mobility and everything to easily deal with like a group. Surge Sprint does let you handle the mobility issue somewhat. So I think that I'm fine with putting Guardian Ape up here. And I got a
Yep.
super chat asking, "Hey Zuli, why a bat?" And because bats are cool. I like bats. It doesn't have to be anything
Valid.
more than that. A corrupted monk is like close to working, but the thing is also, well, no, I don't think corrupted monk has like. This is another situation where Wolf doesn't have like much in the way of ranged options, so the bosses don't have much in the way of dealing with a ranged player.
Yeah. No, I think you'd have to
So
change these fights way too much, and it would just kind of be unrecognizable.
going down here, head this ape. I'm just gonna assume that that's ranked with Guardian Ape. Ow. Sorry now. Shin. True Monk. Divine Dragon is like this. There could be something there, but also
it's
you'd
like
need a
close.
gimmick.
Yeah.
Like naturally, you have the lightning reversal stuff, which you can't really do. But something about the actual way that the fight plays out. A boss could exist in Nightreign that greatly resembles Divine Dragon, but not Divine Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Demon of Hatred is the one that is the most like people say that it's a Dark Souls boss in Sekiro.
Yeah. No, I
And
think
you
he
can
he could
kind of
work
see
pretty
the
great.
argument for it, but it does also do the thing of wanting you to chase it with the grapple. I guess, again, you can get away with the like surge sprint, letting you keep up with it a lot better. So I think we could allow ourselves Demon of Hatred in the ranking.
I think so. Yeah.
No Owl, no Genichiro, no Ishin, none of these guys. Armored Warrior would be incredibly funny,
Dude,
but
Armored Warrior, honestly, I would put in. Like I would put in as like an event somehow, just as like I don't know. I feel like he needs to go in.
yeah,
like
he just has to
like
be
it could,
somewhere near a ledge.
no, I think it could work because like you can still do the gimmick of like needing to knock him off the ledge, and like that still could work with every character type.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I'm
and there could
imagining
still
a
be this.
hypothetical fight where I'm recluse and this guy's across from me, and I don't like it.
Yeah,
Like, I don't
it
know
could
about
work
that.
though. Hey, you could have force on like a talisman or whatever.
Mm. Blazing Bull is almost there, I think.
Yeah,
Mm,
it's almost there, but also it's like I don't know.
yeah, Chained Ogre. Chained Ogre is also
Chained Ogre
almost there.
could work, kind
I think this is
of.
the guy that's like here, if he's in. Actually,
Yeah,
no, maybe a little lower. If he's
yeah.
in, he's not like if you got to the night one fight and Chained Ogre popped out, I don't think that's it.
I like the idea of Chained Ogre, like I don't
Like
know,
in an
like he just
Everjail. Like if he
like
lived
an
in an
Everjail,
Everjail,
where he
he'd
just
be
like
fine.
appears and grabs you, and because one of the fun things about him is remember that when he grabs you, he also just like fucking chucks you. So like I think that in a multiplayer context is really fun,
Hmm.
and you having to like just deal with getting thrown across the map.
Hmm.
Like I don't know, there's something there.
Yeah, he'd either have to be like with something else or um just be like an Everjail guy or a field boss.
Yeah,
I think he doesn't have the the material to be a night boss. No, definitely not the big fish. Definitely not the big snake. Headless. Hmm. There's
uh,
almost something there, but I think the mechanic of like you need a special buff to kill them
yeah,
would
and
not
also
go
like it
well.
has like the special debuff as well, right? Like
Hmm.
I think it's tricky when you start introducing stuff like that.
Yeah. Also, I just realized uh, there's like a functionality I forgot about that I could have done for this stream, which is that it'd be possible to have this, um, like, have both of our YouTube channels on it. I don't know if you'd want that, but just remember that that is an option. I don't know why I thought about it just now,
I
but
forgot
that,
the new thing that they're doing.
yeah, I don't know if I'd want to mess with it anyway. Juzo, also
I kind of
sort of
like
close.
I kind of like
There's
Juzo.
there's a little bit of the problem of like having attack strings that really want you to be deflecting. which I don't know if he's like I don't think he's like too far there to be incompatible with Nightreign, but I think it does like cut into it a little bit. Still going with these guys. Now I know what chat would want. Now that that's done, we can put him where he belongs. Oren. No. There's too much to like just being like small and person sized doesn't work very well. The 7 Ashina spears, only if all of them are there.
That could be kind of funny.
Shichimen almost has something. They like fly around, they shoot projectiles. They are not super deflect reliant. Like, almost. But I think still largely incompatible. Now we get to just the Elden Ring bosses that didn't make it in. I think that I honestly like agree with a lot of them not getting in, but there's some that are very much like, why? Why not? Like, Renala, I don't think works in Nightreign because you need like the kids and the special arena, and she's just like flavorfully it'd be weird to have her there. And there's like a way where Margit, Moog, and Godric kind of makes sense. Like, I don't know if that's coping a little bit with the fact that they did put them in and just like adjusting my worldview around the facts rather than. I don't know if I could have argued that Moog should be in before they put him in. But I don't think you put Renala in the game. Similarly,
yeah,
Rykard and Radon. You know, same reason. We've got Storm King and Yorm in here for Rykard. And then Radon just is like needs so much real estate for his fight and expects you to like have Torrent, etc. Like the structure of Radon's fight isn't a good fit. Mimic Tier is kind of funny, but it would just be like one wave of Condemned, essentially.
I mean, we already have Mimics here in the game. We fight Libra. Like, it's
that's what I'm
it's
like.
basically already there.
If this were a night boss, it would just be 3 Condemned come out, which honestly, I don't think it's a thing that the game needs, but I think would be fine to just have in there, right? I think by itself, I'd put it actually like right here. It'd be a fine thing to have happen, but or I guess
we'll put it as an event then. You mean as an event, like, or did you mean as a boss?
I guess like as a night 1 boss. Well, actually, yeah, it's a little awkward as either a night 1 or night 2 boss thinking about it, but I guess if there'd been somewhere in the Great Hollow where you go in and the Mimic Tier turns into you, that's good. I think that'd be fine. I guess that that's essentially just invader camps. Anyway, though, thinking about it.
Yeah.
So, I guess remembering that invaders exist, this is kind of a whatever thing. It's kind of nothing. Phantom Godfrey. I think he'd just be like, he'd be fine. I don't remember what is different about him other than not having Horlu. Narratively,
Yeah.
I get not putting him in there, but I think if they had, like, if they put specifically the Phantom Godfrey in the game and left out real Godfrey, I guess that makes sense in terms of like keeping their hands off of the lore important characters as much.
No, I think in that sense it works for sure. So it'd work as like a little boss like that.
Mm-hmm. Fire Giant. I kind of don't think so.
No.
He very much expects you to like um, have Torrent. His arena is like huge. I don't think you could put him in a night boss arena and have it be at all reasonable.
Part of me likes the idea. Part of me likes the idea of like Fire Giant or someone similar to him, like roaming the map and just being like a hazard that you're not really supposed to fight, but you just kind of have to like keep in your periphery and avoid.
Yeah,
Um,
actually, yeah.
but yeah, I don't know.
The problem with that is that you know people would fight him. Like,
Yeah.
imagine they just gave him like a big chunk of the mountaintops, and then you'd have everyone be like, let's go kill him. They'd have to give like something really good for doing that, or something really bad, like nothing, as like a discouraging thing of like, don't do it, stop that. I guess with that in mind, as an event, they could do something with him.
Yeah, I think with like a really remixed something, like there's something to the idea of just like a very big guy being hazardous that I like.
Fortisax. I think that's like Ancient Dragon is already a Night 2 boss.
Yeah.
So I think the only way for Fortisax to work is that you'd have to have like a shifting earth where Godwin stuff happens. I think that if it were in, I think it's a more engaging fight than Ancient Dragon, but kind of not by much. Like it would be, it could go either way. Beast Clergyman and Malekith, not separated, interestingly, which I think I'd have different opinions about them potentially if it were like just Beast Clergyman or just Malekith. Although, the funny thing is that like Dreglord has a bunch of Beast Clergyman and Malekith moves. I think that there's a degree to which you could kind of just pull him down here of like, you sorta got in. There's something going on with Dreglord and Malekith's moveset.
Yeah.
Placidus Sax, I think, needs too much room as well. And is like, this is also a bit where we get into the like, this might be too hardcore for like even a Night 2 boss. Like, if they consider Ancient Dragon to be fine for a Night 2 boss, Placidus Sax is maybe too much.
Yeah,
Gideon.
no, definitely.
Gideon, I'm sorry, but I think that I'm not even gonna rank the like, you know, Adon, Esger, Garrus, Gideon, etc. Horlu and Godfrey. This is potentially
that could be a good fight for sure.
This is potentially getting into the territory again of being like too much for a night boss, but could do the fun thing of like Godfrey and then Horlu. I'm not sure. I'm gonna bump him down a little bit for that. Like, well, I don't know. Should I? There's that extent to which I don't think he'd be a good fit as a night boss because he'd just be more intense than most of the night bosses.
I think he's all the tricky part about him also is like he has a lot of grab moves.
Mm.
Um, and normally that's fine because he's invincible during them, right?
Hmm.
But like in Nightreign, they've taken that away, correct?
Yeah,
Right, yeah, they've taken that
for the
away.
most
So like
part.
it almost be like he'd be too easy if you just keep letting him grab you. Or not too easy, but I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he would
Yeah,
be too
if one player
vulnerable
got
for too much of
grabbed,
the fight.
then other players could like wail on him.
Yeah.
The thing that's like really funny is that this is not related exactly, but they're the little like albinorics with the like black sack over their head in the basement in one of the forts in the Great Hollow, and they're invincible during grabs for some reason. Like they just, I think they forgot to like make them
Okay.
vulnerable during grabs. But like other than that, yeah, everyone's vulnerable during grabs. I guess I'm gonna move him down a little bit because like I think you need a little bit of adjustment, and is also maybe a little too intense. I think if you just dropped him in as is, he'd be a bit much. Melania. Melania is very much like scarier than some of the Night Lords. An especial problem with Melania is that the fact that she heals while hitting people means that the worst player of the three of you is just a blood bag for her. And she'd be especially punishing towards like Guardian.
Yeah.
So I think sadly, no. Like as good a fight as she is in Nightreign, I don't think she should be in or as good a fight as she is in Elden Ring. I don't think that she should be in Nightreign. I think From Software was correct to do that. There is one thing that I've thought about that would be like a fun bit to do with her is to just instead of fighting Melania, you fight one of her butterfly phantoms. And it doesn't get to heal. It doesn't go into her phase 2. It's just there. And I think that'd be fine. I think that'd be pretty much like
No, I
doable.
like it. It's similar to the idea of like just like the ghost, like spectral versions of some of the other ones, like the Godfrey.
Mhm.
Like that could work.
Radigan and Elden Beast. No,
Nah.
should not be in the game. This is not a condemnation of their mechanics. This is, again, they were correct to leave these guys out. Let's see. Exikes. They put
So we also
Borealis.
this is off topic. I just want to mention something that's kind of funny. Is it's been long enough now, and there's like so many new people playing Elden Ring constantly that I think a lot of people don't actually realize that torrent originally wasn't an option for Elden Beast.
Oh, yeah.
And I came to this realization because like I've been getting like on some of my like challenge run videos, I get all these comments from people being like, why are you not using torrent? It's like
Oh, it
torrent
was
wasn't
illegal. You
it
couldn't do
wasn't I
that.
couldn't use torrent. It wasn't a thing. Anyway,
Mhm.
it's
Yeah, that is
interesting
funny.
like that like I mean, but it makes sense. Why would they know? You know,
Yeah. Yeah. If they like just finished it. There's a part where I wonder if I tipped the scales on that at all, or how much of that was like community complaining stuff, or I think I like tweeted about having torrent during the Elden Beast fight.
I think
And
there were several
I'm
people who kind of
curious.
mentioned that. Joseph Anderson was like another kind of like big voice
Mhm.
that like discussed that. So there were a few people.
Mhm. There's a
Yeah,
little bit where I've kind of had to wonder how much I've had my thumb on the scales of anything at all. Because, like, if I did a video pointing out a bug, there was a lot of times where that bug then gets patched.
yeah,
Like, I have reason to believe that they're paying attention to me. That's a weird thing to think about sometimes.
they might be.
Mhm. So let's see. had Borealis on the mountaintops. I think that they could have put X-Ikes in the Rotwoods, and that'd just be fine. Like, he just hangs out like right here. Actually, no, down here because I don't like flying dragons. Honestly, better to have fewer of them. I guess the one thing that would be a problem about putting him in the Rotwoods, actually, is that with how much he moves around and all the trees and stuff, nah. I think that could be awkward for him.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know, C tier. He'd be fine. Like, we could just put him in and it wouldn't be much different than the other flying dragons that are already in. Grail. No. Funny joke, but no. He is champion. Glintstone Dragon. Same tier. There's honestly a part where I'm like, do I bother putting the other flying dragon variants in there or just move them into the already ranked segment?
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see. Crystal Knight and Misbegotten. I don't think I need to rank that either. That's kind of whatever.
Yeah, these are like already in the game,
Humans, things,
basically.
Woman Killer and Miranda. No.
Patches,
Misbegotten.
I'm genuinely upset that he's not in the game.
Here we go.
Like, yeah.
I understand
Honestly,
it though. The thing is that Patches has not been included in the games where Miyazaki is not the director. So, I guess out of respect, they didn't put Patches in.
but at least give me like a Patches analog then, you know?
Mm.
Like, give me someone mischievous.
It would have been funny in like one of the characters' remembrances to have somebody who is like Patches do some Patches stuff to you.
No, my idea was that I thought it'd be really fun if like there was like a 5% chance or like some like low chance that like any merchant you encounter in the map could just be Patches in disguise. And then like when you try to buy something from them, he like blows up and you hear like Patches laughing. Like something like that. I don't know. I kind of wish there was shit like that in the game.
There's like those tables. They give you a hint, like a local clue to go and investigate. You could just have one that's like, for some reason, the table looks a little suspicious. And you interact with it, and it tells you there's like something in an area, and you go there, and you get kicked down a ledge or something. You get one of those chests that teleports you, and it sends you across the map, surrounded by bears.
Yeah.
They could do that. Something Patches adjacent.
I would unironically put him in event tier as like something you could do with him.
All right, you can live there. Let's see. The putrid guys, like Tree Sentinel duo. Here's their first actual one, Rolana. I guess in terms of the Shadow of the Erd Tree bosses, she's sort of narratively relevant, but like not enough that it'd be weird to have her.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much all of these are like A or S tier for me, to be honest. Like they could fit into the game pretty easily as like solid fights.
It's another one where the more likely reason to bump her down is that she might be too much. If anything.
Yeah.
If anything, that's what loses her points. But
well, also just
that's
apparently
up to like balancing to an extent, I guess.
It's still crazy to me they didn't integrate like the DLC like really at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, they kind of did, but not really.
They brought a bit more of it in with the.
Did they talk about adding DLC weapons? Was there ever like any word on that? Like for why?
There's like a little bit of uncertainty in that it was a translated interview from I think Chinese which means that it was already being translated from Japanese into Chinese, and then
Oh.
like there's potential for like uncertainty there. But they said something that theoretically they're like implying that they were going to bring in weapons and equipment to help better, like help improve the standing of some of the night fairs that were underperforming, and that's it's not a hard confirmation by any metric, but it's like
Hmm.
it sounds like they might, but I guess part of the issue is that it really messes with like the drop pools. Like it'd be easy to just dump all the stuff in there. Would it be balanced? Probably not. So
Yeah, I guess
it's
that's
not a thing that they
true.
can just like do flippantly, unfortunately.
I
Oh,
guess
and
we need Nightreign too.
mm, someone has said there's apparently some unused weapon IDs or something in the game. That was a bit of a someone firing from the hip a little bit. And the IDs there were like pre-existing placeholder things. They weren't like added in a patch the way that like the person who presented that information thought they were. They kind of don't actually really like hint at anything notable. Yeah, if they brought in like more spells and stuff, like new seals, then that makes it a lot harder to get existing spells. And then I don't know. There's stuff that they could do that'd be very helpful, like Onspock's bow as a legendary bow for Iron Eye, or Ramia's glaive as a legendary halberd for Guardian, because like they don't have legendary weapons to go after. Like that stuff would be really good, but just like dropping the entirety of the Shadow of the Erdtree weapons into the game would require a lot of
Well,
tweaking.
no. I'm not. I was never suggesting the entirety of that by any means, but like,
Oh yeah,
I
and that's
I don't think it's a stretch to think like they couldn't have at least added like one or two weapons for each weapon type.
yeah.
Like like even if it's literally just one, like I don't know. There's just so many cool weapons to draw from, and
Mhm.
I don't think it would like dilute the pools that much. Like if you're only adding like one, like I think it could work.
Mhm. Yeah, if they were like measured with it at all, then it should be fine.
Yeah.
It's just there's a lot of people that are like, it'd be so easy. Just put the weapons in. It's no trouble. And it really like uh, annoys me a little bit that people undersell it. Not you. This was not directed at you.
Mhm.
This was kind of me venting at the community writ large a little bit. But
Dude,
and
didn't Nightreign have like or the DLC for Nightreign had like mostly negative reviews on Steam for a
yeah,
while?
yeah.
I
It
was
was
like
just
glancing at some of those. Like, listen, I get some of the complaints, but like a lot of them were actually just like they're like I don't like this map. Like I keep
yeah.
falling into holes.
A little bit just like I don't want to have to learn again. I already learned Nightreign.
No, I think that I've
Now
come to
that
real
there's
like
more
I think
stuff, I don't want to.
people freaking hate learning. It's
Mm.
tough. I don't know. I don't
I mean,
know.
I guess I don't want to like completely like I don't want to start mocking people, but there is like an extent to it, I guess. The new map is not necessarily like I don't know how they would go about tutorializing it. Kind of the problem is that they want you to be okay with just like losing a couple runs learning it, and people are not okay with that apparently. It was a little bit like mm,
Yeah.
a thing that was always going to be a problem introducing new content is that you had people that are like, I don't know, not wanting it to be too different. I do think it's a little strange that there's like no function for stone sword keys in it, but I don't know if that's like I don't know if that's something that they would have done without the Everjail meta developing, or if that was like explicitly to undercut that. It's
I don't know.
definitely like a thing that was a lot harder for them to just do additively, the same way as like we just put Shadow of the Erd Tree on top of Elden Ring and it's better now. It's harder to do that with it's always been a problem with roguelikes of like the more items they add, the weirder it gets for the item pool. Like any amount of changes to the randomization and the content can cause problems in that way.
Mm-hmm.
I think also a big problem is that for a while they made you a lot more likely to get the Great Hollow in Deep of Night. Like it was the odds were just heavily skewed to favor the DLC content. I think that probably made some people more sick of it. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like you get balancers like 80% of the time.
Mm-hmm. It was a thing that was like always going to be awkward, I guess. And there's the sad thing of like the amount of work that they can continue to put into Nightreign is probably very limited. Like despite how well the game performed, they had to prepare everything as though it might fail. So I don't think that they necessarily had like a huge budget for the DLC and like infinite time to try to rebalance stuff. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit like we are experiencing some of the problems that come from the fact that it had to be an experimental title and had to play around risk. And like the people that would be working on it now are instead probably already assigned to other projects. But this has been quite a bit of a tangent, quite a bit of a side thing.
It's all good.
All right. So, Shadow Tree Avatar.
Mm.
I think that
I don't know. It moves around a lot. I feel like it'd be tough.
I think that it's kind of like reasonable as like a field boss if it doesn't die 3 different times. It is very mobile though. Yeah. I think I'll put it here because I think it has the potential, but again has those like weird structural issues that would need to be addressed in order to make it fit. Commander Gaius, that's a no. He very much. He moves around like a lot. He wants you to have like torrent and stuff.
I don't hate him though. Like
Mm.
I don't know. I'm thinking about like there could be like a similar mechanic with like Falling Star Beast where like Guardian can like block and stagger. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's fine. That's fine, I guess.
Yeah.
It
I
would be
think that he'd
it's
just
tough
be
without torrent.
like as a night boss, he would run out of the circle a lot. And as a field boss, you'd spend half the day chasing him down.
Yeah, that's true. There's really no place for him in that sense. Yeah, that's fair.
Mesmer is another one who live right here next to his sister. Like, I don't think that I think they were correct not to put him in. Putrescent Knight is like really close, but is also kind of a mobile guy.
I think I think Putrescent Knight works okay.
I think that I could be like I think that you'd kind of have to like I'd have to go in and like see how much he does actually move compared to how big the night circle is. But I think if he's not too bad for mobility, then he is just fine. Maybe even I do like the putrescent knight fight a lot. Mm, I don't know. What do you think? Any
Mm,
strong feelings?
I think my gut's saying like B.
Mm, yeah, that's where I went initially. Bale very much like has a huge arena and uses it, and is probably like too intense for even a night two boss. There's a lot of these where I'm still like, no, they were right not to bring him in. Romina.
Ramina, I think could work for sure.
Yeah, I
And
don't think
she's
he
like,
moves around a lot.
she's also like just, um, she's not interesting enough in the sense that like I could actually see her see them bringing her in that sense
Yeah,
from like a lore
it's
perspective and like a spectacle.
yeah. You don't stumble
Um,
on Romina and go, "Wow, it's Romina. I've been waiting for this."
yeah, yeah.
Just
You
kind
kind of
of
just like
hanging
you're like,
out.
oh, okay.
Yeah, if they put her into Nightreign, I don't think it would undercut her because I don't think they gave her a lot to be undercut. Sadly,
Yeah, they gave her very little.
mm. There's like stuff that if you really dig for it, but a lot of that is also speculative to begin with. I don't know. She is just in a weird spot. Nidra, I think also on a narrative sense, I don't think he's I don't think he should be in there. I think it honestly would undercut him a little bit to like
But like
lose the
mechanically,
reveal.
he could work, right? Like you don't need a huge room.
Hmm. Yeah, he's living more in the
Hmm.
like Mesper Melania area of this.
Okay.
Uh, Meteor, also, Meteor is like
Yeah.
a huge thing to find. A huge
Yeah, no, that
like
that they wouldn't want to spoil that.
mhm. And leave this with like the others. Also, very clearly not. Here's one that is actually like a weird one. The Black Knights. It is so strange that they didn't get in. Like, I think they're
Wait, are we
fine
talking like Black Knight from like wait.
from the DLC, like from Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Oh, right. Yeah.
When I saw someone say they put Bale in F tier, this kind of this whole row is that I don't think they should be in narratively. I think that it was like
Listen,
correct.
here's the problem with this tier list. A lot of people are just going to are going to want to just look at this tier list, and I get that, but like
That's true.
with the
Honestly,
way we have
let's
sorted things, it is kind
let's
of
sneak these
messy.
let's sneak these out of here. The same as
Yeah,
like
I
the
think
Sekiro ones.
I
These
would
are
sneak those out
unranked.
there. I would sneak those out there just for the sake of people not focusing on them and not looking at the rest of the list
Yeah.
because it's
These are
ultimately
going
that
in
like
the
they just shouldn't be
unranked
there.
segment.
Yeah.
Midra.
Well, because again, remember, this is a very different list than like saying how we like the fights. Like this is not at all like a list of best fights in the franchise. It's like
Mm-hmm.
could we see the vision of these actually being in the game in Nightreign, this fast-paced multiplayer game, also with like the narrative restraints that it's operating under. Like, and we only took that into account sometimes. Sometimes we ignored it. So it wasn't even the most
Of Grail.
consistent.
So, I think
Yeah,
people
put it
look
there.
at Grail and F and be like, yes, I understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, these guys, the Black Knights from Shadow of the Erd Tree, I think are like actually good. And it's weird to me that they didn't make it in. Let's see. Past that, Furnace Golem. These guys would take 1,000,000 years to kill. I think at best.
Actually, so Furnace Golem is what I was talking about. I think that actually is a better thing of like, I like the idea of a Furnace Golem wandering the map that you're not supposed to fight. Like it is not worth it ever, or almost ever, and you have to kind of just like deal with that. That could be kind of cool.
Let's see. Mentor Logar. I think that's it for the most part.
Holy moly.
I think you could go over some of them. Honestly, I'm really happy that you joined in, Pine, because I don't know how I would have done this by myself, actually. Like, looking back on this, it was really necessary to have a co-commentator.
You're welcome.
And it took
I did not expect
so much
this to
longer.
be 4 hours.
Good lord.
I thought this would be like a 2-hour or less thing. I'd be like, yeah, we just knock them out, but
Alright, let's rename the tiers so that people don't get mad at us. Perfect fit. Let's see.
Great fit. I don't know.
Plays well. Plays well with multiplayer or balance.
Be like could work but needs like reworks. Like, yeah, needs work.
Significant structural issues. Largely unsuitable.
For Nightreign, yeah. Yeah, I feel like for the most part that fits. And then maybe like reword the event tier to like instead of saying like only as event, be like could be reworked into a cool event. Yeah. Because like a lot of these we were saying like, okay, like ceaseless discharge, we're not saying the actual ceaseless discharge fight, we're saying like a version of that fight / idea as like an event within the crater, like very like specific. Yeah. So my takeaway from this,
to get away with it and not have people yell at us as much. Sorry, though.
Also, I don't want to take too much heat here. This is ultimately your list. So if anyone gets mad, get mad at Zully.
That's fair. Yeah.
I was merely adding my input along the way. But the final call for placing them was you.
Yeah. Pine does not have control over the mouse here.
No, but I agree with like the vast majority of this, obviously. It's tough because like I do think there's like some nuance on some of this stuff.
Yeah. People will have to go over the 4-hour VOD for context.
And you also have like a couple like hot takes where you're like Nito could work with this one mechanic that wasn't in the game that people don't know about.
Yeah, we need some asterisks on here.
But yeah, I think looking at this list, like looking at like the like B through S, there's like a bunch of these where it's like I could have seen them. And And also, even within the F tier, like there were a few in the F tier where it's like I could have seen them. Let
There's
me
like
think.
some of them that are in the F tier that are like just in there because someone else did their job better.
Right, exactly. Like Bell Gargoyle or Taurus Demon or like Capra Demon. It's like these fights, like they could be in the game
Mm-hmm.
in like a ruins context or like some like small mini boss context, and it could be fine. It'd even be like cool to see them. Um, but like it wouldn't really work as a boss fight still. Uh, yeah.
We can put that little caveat in there. Someone said, "Did you guys rank Artorias? Imagine if they added that guy." Man, I don't know.
Yeah.
He seems like he'd need a lot of buffs to get there.
Yeah, he's
Get
pretty
there.
easy if you just like wear heavy armor. So I don't know.
Mm.
Um,
Honestly, that was not like physically taxing. Like, no stress or adrenaline or whatever from fighting bosses or anything. But that was a lot of talking and a lot of thinking.
yeah, no, you were honestly talking more like a lot more than me. I was just
Mm.
listening for a lot of it.
And I hope
One of
that my voice is held up well.
my final thoughts on this are that like I'll say this. As someone who very much is and like was in the boat of like, hey, it was kind of disappointing getting Nightreign and being and expecting, I guess, more crossover. At the same time, I do think like most people don't really think about like how many bad fits there are in
Mm.
throughout the series where they're like why can't you just like grab this stuff and put it in? And like the reality is like most of these I think like you'd have to change so much that it would be unrecognizable or like yeah, like I don't think it's as easy as like some people think.
Mhm.
Like especially when we're talking anything before Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 and onward it definitely gets easier to imagine it. But still, even in those cases, it's like it's tough.
And the other thing is that if you consider kind of all of the other things in Nightreign are stuff that they just grabbed from Elden Ring, which is like super easy, barely any effort whatsoever to just, port that straight over. It was honestly probably more work for them to do like Smelter Demon than it would have been to just grab another guy from, from Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, no,
So,
yeah, way more work.
yeah, so it feels
That's the
like
thing. Is like when people are saying like just grab stuff and put it in, it's like it doesn't work like that. Like they're essentially like remaking this boss fight.
mm,
Like
yeah, it feels like it'd be like saving work to grab, I don't know, cleric piece. Maybe not cleric
yeah,
piece is the example, but to grab like Gundyr and just drop him in. But you have to massage things a little bit. It's not just going to be one to one. We just grabbed him threw the files in.
yeah. No, I think there's like a level of like it's nice to like think about like what actually goes into it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be nice if people thought about it a little more.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Someone said, "Wait, how is Midir all the way down there?" You're gonna have to watch. You're gonna have to watch back.
no, it's all the way down there because we just hate Midir. Actually, anything down that low, we just think it's a terrible boss fight and shouldn't have even existed in the first place, right?
The caveat to all of this is remember that this is in Nightreign. If the boss were added to Nightreign, would it be a good fight? In Midir,
Would it be a
he
fun
runs
fight?
around too much. I love
Yeah.
Midir. He's my son, one of my children.
Yeah, do most of the bosses in F, I love those fights.
Mm-hmm.
Like the entirety of Demon Souls. I love Demon Souls so much. But like, you know,
Nobody's
It's
gonna
just
look
wouldn't
me in
work.
the eye and tell me that I put Maiden Estraya too low.
Yeah, like again, if I was making a list of my favorite bosses, it would look so much different than this list.
And like Maiden
Like,
Estraya is like one of my favorite moments in Demon Souls.
yeah.
There's absolutely no reason she'd go anywhere else on the tier list. On this tier list specifically.
Now, see, low key, this is why I don't like doing tier list stuff because I feel like people are annoying about it.
That's
Like,
fair.
there's no helping it. Like, it's just inherent to the thing of like someone walking in and being like, "What the fuck? You put this
Yeah.
thing here?
The
Fuck you."
comments for this
What?
one might need
No,
a
I mean,
little.
that's just how it is. Yeah, I don't know. This is why I don't like doing shit like this.
Yeah, that's fair. I thought that this was gonna be one, a lot easier, and two, a lot shorter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, again, I'm really happy to have you here, Pine.
No, no, it was fun. Like, no problem.
It's like this is the fun part, and then the unfun part will be people looking back on it without the full context.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I think that that's plenty enough stream for the day.
Yup.
I hope that people also will enjoy the fun little bits of like, here's a fun fact about Nito that makes him go in a higher tier.
Yeah, you have a lot of fun facts. That you were educating me throughout the entire thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why I said so self-assuredly. That sounds a little smug after what you said.
No, it's fine.
Man, we need to find more excuses to hang out on the stream that don't have hot takes built into them.
It's fine. I listen. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind giving hot takes. It's it's more I get annoyed at people thinking I said something I didn't ultimately.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like if someone wants to get mad at my actual hot take, that's fine. It's people like assuming I said something that I never said that bothers me. But anyway, yeah, I like giving hot takes, so by all means.
Well, I guess I'll just go ahead and close the stream out now. Thank you all so much for coming by, and I hope that you enjoyed the big list. I hope that it doesn't get anyone yelling at me. I don't handle
think
that well.
I think I was exaggerating that a little bit. I think people will mostly be chill.
Well, this was kind of just like a standalone thing to do, to not have literally everything be Lies of P continuously for a huge chunk. But having done this, I'm probably going to start up the Lies of P DLC. I guess next Thursday, most likely. So
yeah.
I'll see all of you there. Then I'll learn how to talk as well at some point. I've spent a long time working on it, and we're getting there, but I'm not all the way there. But yeah, anyway, see you all then, and as always, I'll just leave you off with bye-bye.
See ya.